Hello, welcome. I'm Kelsey, and this talk is kind of has a weird title: Kelsey, Kubernetes, and GitOps. Um, I think you would think those three things go together, given my status in the Kubernetes community. But if you really want to understand Kelsey, you kind of have to understand the whole person. We like to label ourselves technologists, and just like many others, I've used many labels over my career. But the first label I've ever had, um, like many people, I worked in fast food, specifically McDonald's, where you get the purple hat and the shirt to match. You come home smelling like French fries and whatever they fried it in. And a lot of my work ethic, a lot of my maturity, this nature of being a professional started for me around the age of 15. And there's a long trajectory between those humble beginnings to the person you speak in front of you today or commit to your open source or your favorite open source project. And a lot of us try to figure out what's the success behind it. And I don't have a lot of answers, but I know I've been on this marathon for a little while now. And there's a big checkpoint in my career. I remember getting my first like real corporate job, the one where they make you wear slacks Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then on Friday, if everything turned out okay, you'll get to wear jeans. And it was a financial services job. And I remember I was a system administrator, just learning things like Python and all of this automation stuff. And it's really when I leaned into ops big time. This is when outages and reduction really mattered a ton. And I remember one of our outages, we're sitting in one of those war rooms. And for y'all watching this that have never been in a war room, think about a very small office space with a bunch of chairs lined around, and everyone's on their laptop, sometimes pretending that they're actually working on a problem, even though they don't know what's going on. And I remember we're taking longer than normal to resolve the issue. And the company I work with, they process credit cards, the things you keep in your wallet. And they also process the EBT cards. So for people that are getting assistance from the government, they have these plastic cards. And the reason why they give them those plastic cards instead of this different form of money is there's a lot of pride and dignity and convenience being able to swipe and pay for your groceries. So during this outage, guess what? Those cards don't work. And I remember the CTO walking into the room, and I'm not sure if everybody was taking everything super serious, and maybe I wasn't as focused as I should have been. And I remember him walking into the room, and he told us really impactful story. And he said, while we're trying to figure this issue out, we have a customer that's been going up and down the groceries aisle, basket full of groceries. And maybe this person has their kids with them. And they're in this checkout line, and they're about to go next. Now it's their turn. And all they have is this EBT card. And they go to swipe it to pay for their groceries that have already been rung up, neatly placed in the bags. And the EBT card doesn't work. And here we are sitting around this room believing that we have all the time in the world to resolve the issue. It's just another outage. We'll restart some servers and eventually the system will come back up. And he explained to us that unlike a lot of our other customers, this person doesn't have another credit card to go to or another form of payment. If that card continues to decline, then they're going to be stuck, or the most embarrassing thing, having to put all of those groceries back and then leave home or leave the grocery store empty-handed. At that particular checkpoint in my career, I kind of understood that there's a lot more than just writing scripts and throwing them at servers and hoping they work. We need better tools. We have to take the situation a little bit more serious, start to understand things like SLA and building resilient systems, and also figuring out what the hell is going on. Why do so many of us fly blind in production and in some cases laugh and joke about it? The systems that I grew up on, they were just like these black boxes that we owned. Even though we could log into them, most of us didn't even know what was running or how it ran. We just knew if you restarted enough, it would eventually work. We always think we have all the time in the world. And I remember a lot of people telling me, success is measured in time. I remember getting an award like top 40 under 40. And I always thought to myself, it's like, why is there a time limit on this kind of thing, right? Why is there not more opportunities for success that have nothing to do with your time? The truth is there is no time limit. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to share my screen. And this is a very interesting number. If you're using GitHub, you may be fascinated with the number of GitHub stars. Apparently, if you get over like 100 GitHub stars, you can probably raise an A round in Silicon Valley. So those numbers do have meaning. But this number on the screen, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. If you pay attention to the sporting world, this is the current world record for the fastest human being to run a marathon. Most people can't run a single mile in an hour and 59 minutes. But Eliud Kipchoge, he did it. And we tend to put the person who crosses the finish line first in the foreground. Look at this picture. Notice behind him, all the other runners are cheering. That seems a bit odd. It's supposed to be a marathon. That's like a race. Winner take all. There's only one first place finish. But the people behind him, if you watch this, if you watch what happened, the people behind him are also world-class marathon runners. In this picture, you see 8 people in a peloton formation. You can see birds fly like this as well. The whole goal is to protect the runner from any wind resistance and help him keep pace. There's about 30 other world-class runners in this formation. All of them are taking turns. So maybe you run a few miles and maybe the top 2 guys switch out and the other 2 join in. Now, any of the 30 who've been training for months to help him break this world record of a person running a marathon in less than 2 hours, something we didn't think was humanly possible, they all decided that it was his goal and they would be the supporting cast. And they stayed in this formation to perfection, switching in and out without slowing him down. Now, if you ask vendors, how does this work? Maybe we don't talk about the human beings and their upbringing. Maybe we don't talk about all of the practice. Depending on who you ask, maybe if you ask Nike, they would say, it's got to be the shoes. Honestly, I've never met anyone walking around saying that they wanted some Eliud Kipchoge's. They look great for running marathons, but I don't know if you're going to be rocking these to any sporting event. So the truth is, it's the humans that should be front and center. Today, we're going to be talking about Kubernetes and GitOps. And the thing that kind of depresses me a little is that we tend to put all of these tools before the humans that use them. When you think about Git, it's one of the world's best collaboration tools for writing software. And GitHub is where we all meet and collaborate. But it's the people that make all of this work. And when people think about Kubernetes, they want to hyper index and hyper optimize on containers versus this other thing. And you could do that. You can click on all the Hacker News links and have about 10,000 tabs in your web browser. But if you focus on the technology, I don't think you'll ever get it. What we've been doing with all of these platforms is serializing the way we work. There's been a lot of ideas over the last 20 years, and a lot of them have been serialized in Kubernetes. That's the gist of it. I know people want it to be more complicated than that. There should be a series of best practices. Hell, I even wrote a book about it. But the truth is, there's just practice. And as we learn, we'll contribute to those things. If you have a clear goal, if you know what you're trying to do, maybe you know where the finish line is, you can actually bring in all of these people and all of these tools, and they should be aiding you to go faster than you can by yourself. Now, Eliud Kipchoge, he is a world-class marathon runner. He's never ran the marathon in less than 2 hours. He's gotten close, but he's never been able to do it on his own. And sometimes because he's the only one in front and there's no one there to push him. But with this setup, it changed the game. And if you do it right and you keep these kind of North Stars clear, then I think it makes it much easier to understand how all the technology comes together and the people around it. You can wrap that around you and then use it to push you forward. That's the way you got to think about this. If you want to understand GitOps, you got to understand the why. Why are you using it? What's important about it? What's the Peloton formation you're trying to build around you? And is it designed to help you go faster? Or are you just doing stuff because people said it on Twitter? So now we're going to jump into kind of this live demo about how all of this works. So I'm going to switch over to my screen now, but I want you to keep that thing in mind. We should be using these tools to augment what we're doing, not become the whole thing that we're doing. So one thing we have to think about is, what is our actual goal? Most people write software to put it in the hands of their customers. So in this case, we're going to have a very simple app, because what I want you to do is focus on the actual workflow. That's what this whole GitOps thing is about. What type of application can you deploy? I don't know. What kind of applications can you write? So you see I'm rocking that new dark theme. Maybe this is going to be the new trend. And I just have a simple app. It's called Hello Universe. And as a developer, if you put your developer hat on, you have some very specific goals. Your goal is to write code that hopefully works, and then deploy it to the proper environments. And then you should be able to hit an endpoint and get some results. That's the goal. I'm going to show you what that goal looks like when in practice. So basically, I'm here on my command line. And if I run curl HTTPS, and it's called Hello Universe, and then I just have it running on my hightowerlabs.com domain. And there it is, it works. And currently I have version 1 running. So now what is all this GitOps hype about? Why is it going to change the way you think about things and work? The honest truth, it shouldn't. If you think about the way you write code today, if you're a developer, there's a big chance that if you're watching this talk that you're already using Git. Think about it. When you write code, you tend to make a few commits and then you push it up. You can run that binary locally if you really wanted to. I can do something like Hello Universe. I have this binary that's on my machine. I can run it locally. And if I were to go to another tab and call curl on localhost, the thing you expect to happen should happen. I could hit this on port 8080, and there we go. That's pretty straightforward. And then you push your code to some repository. But here's the thing. If you really want to know how this works, I think one of the best examples that I've seen online is probably to the people who coined the term, Weaveworks. They coined GitOps. And the whole goal behind GitOps is that, imagine if we were to able to use the same development workflow for managing infrastructure. But here's a twist. We've been doing this for a super long time. A lot of people will look back to like Puppet and Chef and Ansible, and we wrote a lot of code back then. And yeah, a lot of us checked into version control. So what's new about this? This looks like the same thing we've been doing, and someone just came up with a better name for it. That's probably true. And they raised a lot of cash behind it. But the ideas are solid. Why are they solid? Well, there's a twist here. Given Kubernetes and the way it works, we now can start to treat infrastructure as data. And a lot of people say, nope, I thought it was infrastructure as code. Yeah, you can write a lot of code, but code has some other issues to it. One, you need something that understands that programming language in order to write that code, parse that code, validate that code. And those tools exist, don't get me wrong. But the idea that if we can write code or config as data, maybe we can simplify this. I know what you're thinking. Oh, more YAML. Look, YAML ain't that bad. Stop complaining. It's readable. You can modify it, and we can run things like static analysis without having a compiler or something that can parse that language. An overview, this is what it looks like. I know people get this super complicated. I know a lot of people will talk about CI/CD and pipelines and deploying 2 trillion times a day, even though they don't have a reason to deploy 2 trillion times a day. It's something we brag about at conferences. Don't worry, it isn't real. The truth is, it's all about the workflow. How you encapsulate that workflow, well, that's going to be up to you. Look at this diagram. As a developer, on the left side, you write code, it goes into a version control system, and then ideally you're going to produce an artifact. So here's where this Kubernetes connection comes into play. Kubernetes requires a container as the price of admission. Oh, I know what you're saying. Oh my God, I got to build a container. This is the hardest thing in the world. Oh, it's going to take me 7,000 years to learn how to build a container. And I ask people like, wow, have you even tried? Like, seriously, have you tried to build a container before you start freaking out? Think about what's required, right? If you know how to build your app locally, right? Like these are the same kind of commands I would put in a build script. Then in my case, I keep things super simple. I build my app the same way I normally do. And then based on the results here, this hello universe binary, I simply copy it from my build step and then package it. We're really talking about glorified tarballs, but they're really powerful. But they are very similar to using things like Ruby gems or a warfile if you come from the Java world. You got to package software in something. Why not pick something that's super universal? That's the selling point. If you don't like Docker files, there are other tools that can build container images. Get over it. Once you do, then the world kind of opens up to this other thing that we're talking about. In order for this GitOps things to work the way we're talking about it with declarative infrastructure, we don't want to be dealing with the differences between Node.js, Python, and Go. We want to have a normal, consistent object or artifact to deal with. Let's go back to the diagram really quickly. Notice this container registry component. That's the key to normalizing your workflow across all your applications. So what's the contract between you and the developer? Well, as the developer, your job is to write code that works. Ideally, it's secure as well. And then if you do that, we can automate the process of building those Docker files. So it's on you to put a description of how to build your app, right? And then when it's done, you can actually create that entry point so we know how to run it. So how do we automate this? Well, GitHub has a really nice feature. So in GitHub, you can actually do something pretty neat. You can set up some actions, basically. So when I push to this repository or tag a branch in this repository, it'll kick off a set of actions. And they have all of these nice little blueprints that say, hey, whenever code is checked in here, push to some repository. Before my talk, I was producing a few versions. I have a V1 tag and a V2 tag. And with these releases, just by doing the normal Git operations that I tend to do when I'm writing code, well, I can rely on GitHub Actions to take over that commit, and then it will go through and actually build my image for me and push it to a repository. Does all of this in the background every time I commit or tag something. And then once that's ready, the important part here is you want to push it to a central repository. If you haven't been paying attention, GitHub also has a new container repository. So you can manage packages for all your repositories. Look here, this is a Hello Universe Docker repository. Now, if you're new to this and you're not quite sure how that all works, just know that each of those tags produces one of these container images that I can either pull locally on my laptop, something like Kubernetes, or some serverless platform that supports containers. Now that we have a repository, let's pop back over to that diagram. Again, I don't think this has to be as complex as a lot of people make it, at least not the fundamentals. So now we have this part of the loop established. Checking in our code and making container images. Got it? So at this point, we're now ready to start releasing our application to something like Kubernetes. Now, how do you go about that? Well, you can do simple ops. And what ops looks like is, in this world of the declarative world, is ops is about writing YAML files. Yay! One time for the YAML files. You'll learn to love YAML, I promise you. And if you have like VS Code and any of those robust editors, it will help you write a lot more YAML. So don't worry, YAML is your friend. What does that YAML stuff look like? I'm just going to show you one. Here's a deployment file. Really, the goal here is you to articulate what you want the system to do. I want to deploy this version of my application. I want this much memory and CPU. You get the idea. But ideally, you can have tools that help you generate these configs. They're very explicit. But the whole point here is that they're declarative. We're not writing any scripts. We're not using any custom languages or any custom tools. We're just crafting some data. The nice thing about this data is that we can push it to any Kubernetes cluster that we want. And the goal is between the deployment object and the service that allows me to attach this to a load balancer and the horizontal scaling config, I have the three components that I need for dealing with my infrastructure. So how does that work? Well, there's a bunch of things you can do here. Let's go back to the diagram. In this diagram, notice one thing that I like. This idea of splitting out the config repo from the source code repo. And a lot of people are like, oh no, you want to keep everything together. I don't think you want to do that. When you get to day 2 and day 3, there's going to be situations where all you want to do is modify the config and then push it. In those cases, you may not want to have a very complex build process that has to know the difference between a config change or the app itself. And then it gets really tricky when you start to deal with multiple environments. That one set of configs may not work well across multiple environments, especially over time. So if I were you, I would consider following this pattern, this blueprint. Keep your config repo separate. So what does that look like in the GitHub world? Well, you probably know what this looks like. If I click over here to my GitHub tab, I just have another repository where I'm storing all of my configs. And here I can have my same Git flow. I can do pull requests, I can review them, and all of my configs are just sitting here underneath this directory called Kubernetes. I can have other deployment targets. Maybe you're using a serverless platform like Cloud Run. And in that case, you may have another directory of declarative configs that you put there. But the goal is these are just all data artifacts that can be consumed by some other system that can actually take your declarative thing and make it work. Now let's pop back over to that diagram. And one thing I want you to pay attention to is you have two choices here. You can have something push these configs into your clusters, but I want you to think about that for a second. Push versus pull is a debate that goes back a long time. Not sure it's settled. But the idea here is that when those configs are ready, that's when you want them to go to your target. If you have lots of clusters, one model may work better than the other. One thing I like to do is give myself the flexibility to have different Kubernetes clusters have different versions of the config, even at the same time. Let's see what that looks like in practice really quickly. So I have a couple of live clusters running in my infrastructure. I basically have something in US West 1, US East 4, and I have another one in US West 1 in the B zone. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat this second cluster in US West as my canary cluster. Now, this is where things get a little interesting. I'm going to go with the pull model. I'm using a tool called Config Sync, and there's other great tools out there, some made by Weaveworks and many others. The choice is up to you. They all have different feature sets. Pick something that works. But the fundamentals are roughly the same. We want these clusters to link to our configuration repository. This is the core premise to what we're doing. We want these artifacts to work. So here's the other thing we want to do. I want to leverage multiple branches. That way, maybe I want 1.0 deployed to all of the clusters. And when 2.0 is ready, maybe I tell just one cluster that it should be running the 2.0 version of my configs. And we'll see what that looks like. All right, so let's see where we are. At this point, we have everything set in terms of our config. I have a line tool called Nomos, which is part of the command line tool that allows me to interact with the config sync repositories. So what I'm going to do now is going to run the Nomos command, and I'm just going to get the status of my current deployments. So if I run the status command, it's going to connect to my clusters and tell me the current status of the repositories that it's been syncing to. While that's running, what I'm going to do now is run that curl command again. And you'll notice that we're hitting our universal URL. And that universal URL is pointed at all of my Kubernetes clusters. I have a load balancer sitting here. And that load balancer is pointing to 3 different clusters. Hello Universe is pointing to all of those zones. Here we go, down here. So with that, if I hit the global URL, I'll be routed to the cluster that's nearest to me. So if I run this command here, we should be getting the 1.0 version. And if we look at our syncing, we'll see that all three clusters, US West 1, A, and East, all of them are syncing to the 1.0 branch of my Hello World universe config. And they're all in sync. And I'm getting the right version. Everything's working nicely. So now I want to make that change. Well, of course, you update your code and you go back to the flow that you're used to, checking your code. And then what will happen is a build process will kick off, drop something in your package repository, give you a new tag that's eligible for deployment, and then all you have to do is make a change in the config repository. Now, there's ways to automate this, but I just want to show you how it works underneath the covers. Your goal is on that separate branch where those configs live. Well, those configs, I'm going to show you the diff really quickly. If you look at those configs on the second branch, there's only one small change. And the change here is just to that deployment artifact. If you look here, I just went from 1.0 to 2.0, and it's sitting in this branch ready to be released. So how do we release it to the cluster? Well, there's one thing we got to do here. When I set up these clusters to pull from that repository, I did a little bit of work ahead of time. I have this config management directory. And if you look at them, they're currently all the same. But let's look at the one that I've deemed our canary cluster. So what I've done is I have a separate load balancer that's sending traffic only to one of these clusters. And it's called Hello Universe Canary. If I click on that, you'll see I have its own IP address, its own set of domain names, and it's only pointed to one of my clusters, US West B. Now we'll hit that endpoint, and I'm going to show you the last step that you have to do as I wrap up this demo. So we'll do curl, and this time we'll throw canary into the front of this. So we'll say canary.hellouniverse, and we'll get the version. As expected, we're getting 1.0. Now I have those stages changed. I have the containers built. We only need to do one more thing here. We'll update the config management config just for that one cluster. So we'll say USBS West 1B, and we'll come over here and say, look, I want to sync instead of the branch 2.0, 1.0, we'll change it to 2.0. And then what we'll do here is we'll tell that cluster that it should reprioritize where it's pulling config. And the way we do that is we run a command. So I'm going to be talking to specifically that cluster in US West 1, and I'm going to tell it to grab that new config. We're reaching that last mile now. If I push this config up, what will happen, and we'll pop back over to the diagram. Once this config is in place, that Kubernetes cluster will go to that new branch of that config repo and then try to update the state of the world based on those configs. The nice thing about this workflow is that developers can keep checking in code and tagging releases, and then those will flow into the container registry. Only when the config repo is updated specifically for a specific environment will it go and pull the right container at the right time. So for most people, once you get this stuff set up, you end up working like you were normally working. Now you kind of have this GitOps workflow on both sides. You can start to diff, review changes, merge them in. So with that in place, one thing we're going to do now is going to run that nomos command one more time. And what should happen is I should see that second cluster or that canary cluster starting to sync. If I go over here and look at the cluster output, we'll look at our workloads, and we should see Kubernetes hard at work trying to replace some of those old versions of my app one by one, or how I direct it based on my controller that's doing the work inside of the cluster. Remember, everything's declarative on my side. I got a few more pods to go. We'll hit refresh here to see if everything is up to date. And we have one more that we're shutting down, but so far it looks like everything is green and we're ready to test. So let's see if this works. We'll go back to our command line and we'll hit that canary endpoint again. And we see it's on 2.0. And just to be sure that everything is working, we'll hit the global load balancer. And ideally, we're going to bounce around to various endpoints. But since I'm closest to this particular zone, I'm still getting 2.0. Now, there's many ways you can go about this. Maybe use GitHub Actions to validate those configs before you put them into a branch. And then maybe you automate the process of grabbing the latest container version from the container registry and updating the configs. So with that, I'm going to stop the presentation, and hopefully you have a better understanding of how GitOps works. There's a lot more you can do here. We just scratched the surface. A lot of people are looking at this as a very complex thing, but remember, you already know most of the workflows. You've probably already been working this way. It's just about combining these two things and understanding the little catch here is declarative infrastructure like this really requires something that can manage the full life cycle of your apps or your databases. And with that, I'd like to end the presentation. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 3 of GitHub Universe. Don't forget to hit us up on Twitter because I'm sure you're about to have a lot to say here. Martin, you are certainly looking sharp today. I don't know if it's because Business Insider may have named you one of the hot and upcoming Microsoft executives, or maybe I saw on Twitter James Governor from Red Monk was giving us a hassle about how enterprise appeal our dress sense. So we thought we'd spruce it up a little. Did you see over in the dev channel that B. Dougie and Kath were doing matching outfits all day? I mean, come on, just like Kelsey said, we've gone corporate. It's about time that me and you did the same.
Yeah, you're looking too, Dana. Is that your captain cap you're wearing? Wow, fancy. Damn, looking good. Something isn't quite right though. I don't know. It's like we're not quite as coordinated as Kath and Brian. Just give me 1 sec. Just hold on a second. Give me 1 second. One sec.
I thought we did good. I don't know. I don't even own a shirt with buttons, and I had to borrow this tie. But I feel like I'm back in 1999. Oh, there we go. Now we're looking. Now we're looking enterprise.
Yeah, indeed, enterprising the heck out of this one. Remember, we're putting the enterprise in, the entertainment in enterprise, I believe. That's what we're doing, isn't it? Anyway, let's get cracking. So if you missed the last 2 days, you're probably wondering what the heck is going on right now. Well, we have 4 different channels. We've got the dev channel, we've got the play channel, we've got the university channel, and then we've got the enterprise channel that you're watching right now, obviously, because, we're enterprise. And today is all about developer experiences. Yesterday was about DevOps, and then you can check out those sessions on demand if you go up to the More tab, or if you go to githubuniverse.com/on-demand. Now, we've got a great day for you today up on the enterprise channel, but, have a look at the enterprise. On the play channel, it's all about inspiring tech today, and obviously check out the university channel as well if you're a student or faculty. Now then, let's see what we've got coming up. So coming up, we've got the code snippet search session, which I'm really looking forward to. And then Dana, one of your favorite sessions, how Intuit is overhauling legacy engineering practices at scale with innersource. They're definitely Intuit, innersource in Intuit, something like that. You'll get that joke better in a bit, I hope. And then later on, we have Getting Better Together, what we can learn with enterprise pattern. Enterprises can learn from global patterns. And we're very privileged to be joined by Dr. Nicole Forsgren later on as well. So looking forward to that one. And remember, the full schedule is available on githubuniverse.com/schedule.
That is right. I cannot wait. We have so much going on. And don't forget to engage with us on discussions. We have GitHub subject matter experts, or SMEs, with the community who will be engaging during our sessions, taking your questions for each speaker after Q&A. So join us on githubuniverse.com/discussions. But happening right now on the dev channel, we have Project Scala, OpenJDK moving to GitHub. And over on the play channel, how do you feel something you can't touch, and other questions encountered in XR? But Martin, how about we tell the peeps what we got next right here?
Yeah, we've got a great session coming up now on code snippet search. So we've got 2 speakers for us. We've got Hamel and Rock. Hamel Hussein is a staff machine learning engineer here at GitHub. He enjoys building tools for data scientists. And then Rock Novosel, he's a software engineer from the beautiful Slovenia, and he's a member of the Real Python tutorial team. So don't forget to, rate this session on the little session thing. There we go. Sorry, I keep getting that wrong every single day. I'll get it right eventually. Find the yellow star next to the join discussion link on the bottom of your page. But without further ado, let's get started with this fantastic session from Rock and Hamel.
Hi, I'm Hamil Hussein. I'm a staff machine learning engineer at GitHub, and I'm joined by Rock, who is a engineer at SourceGraph. And today we're going to be talking about code snippet search. But first, I want to talk about Code SearchNet, which is what powers code snippet search and a number of other projects as a way of introduction. So first, I want to talk about what Code SearchNet is. So Code SearchNet is a project released by GitHub, a set of data and models that are meant for researchers to use for various artificial intelligence and machine learning research tasks. Now, in popular culture, you might think of artificial intelligence in these ways. So things that people are familiar with are self-driving cars, winning games like AlphaGo, mundane things like text message completion when you're on your phone, and even other things such as winning Jeopardy. These are all things that have been popularized in the media lately as far as things that artificial intelligence can do. However, there's another side to artificial intelligence. There's a side of it that can help everyday people do their jobs, and especially skilled labor. So what do I mean by that? So for example, radiologists. We see artificial intelligence helping radiologists zone in on potential areas where there might be a disease or a diagnosis that needs to be made. Oops, I went to the wrong slide. And you see here that there's a heat map where the artificial intelligence algorithm has highlighted for the radiologist points of interest that they might want to pay more attention to. And what this does, it doesn't replace the radiologist, it augments the radiologist, and it helps make them more effective at what they're doing. Similarly, we see artificial intelligence augmenting writers. So this is a very popular tool called Grammarly. You may have used it. And not only does it help you with spell checking, but it helps you with more nuanced type of things like engagement and grammar and things that are a little bit harder to do with non-AI approaches. We also see artificial intelligence augmenting lawyers. So there's a lot of tools, there's a growing set of tools out there that, oops, this is the wrong slide. Sorry, we have artificial intelligence augmenting lawyers. So we see that artificial intelligence is allowing lawyers to go through lots of documents and cut out the mundane work of sifting through lots and lots of data manually and helping lawyers focus on more high-value tasks that they are trained for. And we also see that artificial intelligence is helping in basic science. So helping with things like drug discovery, and helping researchers and scientists find molecules and compounds that might help in things like creating therapeutics or medicines for various different diseases, and being able to find those a lot faster than ever before. We also see AI augmenting things like artists. So even creative professions are being aided by AI, which is something that folks may have not anticipated that AI helps with, but it does. And here, there's a technique called generative adversarial networks that help artists even create interesting pieces that some of which have turned out to be very popular. But this begs the question, what about programmers? And that, can artificial intelligence aid programmers? And how? And that's a question that we have been interested in at GitHub as researchers. Now, one key facet of artificial intelligence in machine learning is it's very data hungry. You need lots of data, you need lots of examples to show an algorithm or train an algorithm on how to understand a domain like programming. So this is why GitHub released Code SearchNet. Code SearchNet is a large corpus of data, and it's essentially code and comment pairs. So there's 2 million code and comment pairs pulled from various GitHub repositories, cleaned and curated. And what that is a treasure trove of data for researchers to then use for various artificial intelligence and machine learning tasks. So well, not only is it the data, but there's also some other things that I'll talk about in a moment. But this gives you a breakdown. Various languages have been represented in this data: Go, Java, JavaScript, Python, Ruby, so on and so forth. And we can see there's a lot of diversity in here for researchers to dive into. So in addition to the data, we also provided benchmarks and reference models. And one task that we propose is search. So given a natural language description of some kind of code, the task is that we propose is, can you find code that does that? And to do that in a very semantic way, so not keyword search. So you can imagine this case that is illustrated on this slide. Let's say you're trying to find code that pings a REST API and returns results. But suppose the code doesn't contain any of those keywords at all. The code doesn't contain the words ping or REST or API. So how would you find that code if you didn't know, if you're not familiar with the syntax, or just new to a project? So what this is meant to illustrate is AI can help with tasks like this, semantic search of code. And this is one of the references provided by CodeSearchNet. So CodeSearchNet is a competition where people entered and competed on this task. But it's also a data set, and that data set, you can find more information on GitHub at github/CodeSearchNet, where the reference models and the data set are hosted. But I don't want to spend too much time on that. I really want to hand it off to Rock, who is one of our top participants in CodeSearchNet, who, in my opinion, made the most interesting thing out of CodeSearchNet. And I want to hand it over to him so he can tell you more.
Thank you,
Rock,
Hamel.
I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Hamel. Hi, my name is Rock, and today I would like to present Code Snippet Search. It is a web application and a web extension that allows you to search GitHub repositories and GitHub repositories using natural language queries and code itself. So next slide. Hamel, next slide. So code search, for me at least, is one of the most important tools during coding. I noticed that searching and navigating through code heavily outweighs the actual coding. So when I'm already familiar with the code base, I find that exact search is what I need. For example, regular expressions and case-insensitive search. That is because I'm already familiar with the naming scheme, and I can reasonably predict how to formulate a search query, and every IDE and code editor is already equipped with it. But when I'm not familiar with the code base or even a new folder within an existing large project, it makes searching more difficult because it's more trial and error. A tool like Code Snippet Search would allow me to easily explore unfamiliar code, focusing on the semantics without getting bogged down in the syntax. For example, this is especially useful when onboarding a new developer onto a project because it can be a significant boost to their productivity. Outside of a work environment, we encounter unfamiliar code in the form of GitHub repositories. Semantic search tools would provide a faster way for users to find answers to their issues directly in the code. Consequently, it would lessen the burden on maintainers to provide these answers. Next slide, please. To give a short example, let's say I'm a new developer at a company and I get a ticket to implement an API endpoint that fetches products and their shipping information. Additionally, I want to implement as much as possible on my own. Traditionally, I would start searching and going through all classes and functions that mention products or shipping. Depending on the size of the code base, that may be a lot of code to go through. There really is no good way to automatically narrow down the search results until you get more familiar with the code base. And you only get more familiar if you work with it for long enough. So this leads to a bootstrap problem that all developers eventually overcome. To shorten the bootstrap time, I would rather enter a few general queries that automatically surface the best possible results. So in our case here, I would enter get all products, get shipping info for product, and paginate API response. I would expect to get product and shipping info classes, for example, if we're programming in an object-oriented language, and some functions dealing with SQL and retrieving the entities from the database. I may be a bit stretching with this example, but hopefully you get the overall point. Next slide, please. So let's move on to the demo, or rather some screenshots of the demo. First, we'll check out the web application located at codesnippetsearch.net. On the first page, we see a list of supported repositories with their descriptions and the supported languages. Now we need to select a repository to search, and since Django powers the backend of this project, it seems like a good place to start. Next slide, please. So let's say we wanted to know how to get a database table name in Django. We get back a list of code snippets, each one containing a link to the GitHub file, match rating, similar code snippets, and syntax highlighted code. Everything except the match rating and the similar code snippets link should be pretty self-explanatory. We'll go over the similar code snippets later on. The match rating is calculated from the vector distance between the query and the snippet. So higher the match rating, the closer the query and the snippet. This is a little foreshadowing into how code snippet search works under the hood. In this case, we didn't get the exact answer we were searching for, but looking at the first snippet, I think we could make it work with a bit of tweaking. Next slide, please. To showcase the similar code snippets option, let's say we wanted to know how to convert a time zone to local date time. By clicking on the similar code snippets link, Code Snippet Search will look for other code snippets that best match the selected one. As we can anticipate, we'll get a lot of time zone converting functions. This is great for exploring the code base and similar functionality. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's move on to the web extension. Web extension can be used directly on the GitHub repository. I'll be using the PyTorch repository as an example because I'm using it to implement the neural networks within Code Snippet Search. The web extension is implemented in the form of a sidebar that is opened by pressing Alt-Shift and S. There you can search by entering a query or a code snippet. Next slide. So if I was interested in one-dimensional convolution in PyTorch, I can enter the query in the sidebar. The search results have the same format as on the web application, but they are more accessible through the sidebar. Next slide, please. A convenient way of searching by code is selecting a code snippet, right-clicking, and selecting the Search by Code option. With the Search by Code option, you can search using any arbitrary code snippet, and the most similar snippets from the repository will be returned. This could be repurposed into detecting duplicate code in pull requests as an automated check, or even as an offline tool to help us while developing. Next slide, please. The main data source and inspiration for Code Snippet Search is, of course, the CodeSearchNet project. It provides various baseline implementations of neural code search and TensorFlow. They range from simpler ones like bag of words to the ones using state-of-the-art techniques like self-attention. My implementation was inspired by their neural bag of words baseline implementation because it was performing the best overall. Initially, I had written code snippet search in Keras and was able to search through the CodeSearchNet corpus. The Keras models became really unwieldy to work with due to the specific structure of the neural networks. It also did not play nice when developing the app together with Django, so I had to look for alternatives. I decided to switch to PyTorch when I wanted to add support for searching GitHub repositories because the model code became really simplified and there were no issues when developing and deploying the Django app. Next slide, please. So Code Snippet Search works by using joint embeddings of code and queries to implement a neural search system. The training objective is to map code and corresponding queries onto vectors that are similar to each other. There are multiple ways to measure similarity between vectors, but I'm using cosine similarity throughout. With a trained model, I can embed a natural language query and then use nearest neighbor search to return a set of closest code snippets. During training, I use function docstrings as approximations of natural language queries. Next slide, please. So here is just a simple visual representations of these embeddings that we're trying to learn by training the models. Next slide, please. And in this image, I have the entire model split up into layers. First is the input layer. One input is for queries and one input each for languages. Inputs are forwarded into embedding layers with dropout applied afterward. The magic happens in the encoding and pooling layer. Here I take the simplest, but in this case the most effective way of encoding the tokens, using a weighted mean. The weights I use for weighting are learned in a separate trainable layer. Since we split up the languages at the input, we have to concatenate them back in the same order as they appear in the queries. Finally, I normalize the rows in both matrices and multiply them to get cosine similarities. The last function can be intuitively explained as maximizing the similarities between the corresponding code and query pairs while minimizing the similarities between non-corresponding pairs. Okay, and how is the actual searching performed? I take all of the code snippets, I encode them using the trained model, and store them in a nearest neighbor search index. When I want to look up the nearest code snippets using a query, I first encode the query and then look for the nearest code snippets. And here we have the training procedure, which is split into two major parts: training the base language models and then training the repository language models with the help of the base models. Both contain roughly the same steps. First, the code and query sequences are pre-processed. For example, the tokens are converted to lowercase and invalid tokens are filtered out. Then we prepare the vocabularies for code and query tokens, and we only keep the most frequent ones. With the help of the vocabularies, we encode the tokens into integers that can then be used in the neural network embeddings. All that is left is to train the model and save it. I train the base language models using the CodeSearchNet corpus first. The main goal of the base language model is to train the word and code token embeddings that can then be transferred to repository models. I'm hoping that the base language model learns general language features that can then be fine-tuned by the repository data. With repositories, I was on my own to extract the corpus. I'm using GitHub's tree sitter to find functions and then tokenize them. Repository models have the exact same structure. I just initialized all embedding layers with base language embeddings. I also want to mention that there are, of course, plenty of warnings attached to the code snippet search model. You need a reasonably large, well-documented repository to train the model. And even then, it only works on functions. So the first next step would be to figure out how to work on smaller chunks of code. For example, a couple of lines of code with a comment above. From a model perspective, I would like to experiment with tree-based models that could potentially capture the information hidden in the abstract syntax tree. But for that, I would need to gather a lot more samples. Next slide, please. And I saved a small anecdote for the end, which highlights why reinventing the wheel is sometimes good and perhaps even necessary. As software engineers, we're taught that we should avoid reinventing as much as possible and just use the already proven solution. This is generally good advice that prevents us spending too much time developing unnecessary things. But if you're looking to learn, deepen your knowledge, and have fun while doing it, then reinventing the wheel is a great place to start. That was the main source of motivation for me and why I wanted to join the CodeSearchNet challenge. Of course, I could have taken the already implemented baseline models and tinker with them. My goal was to learn neural networks in depth and actually understand the mechanics behind them. And my re-implementation efforts led me to discover a small bug in the original baseline pipeline that was causing a big problem with the evaluation. As I've mentioned, I re-implemented the CodeSearchNet baseline models, including the evaluation part. I used scikit's nearest neighbor search class instead of annoy index, which is a nearest neighbor library used by CodeSearchNet. I wasn't expecting a good result on the challenge since I wasn't doing anything special, but it turned out I was at the top of the leaderboard, almost doubling the previous best evaluation score. This puzzled me and the organizers as well, so I did some digging. Since I re-implemented the models twice, once in Keras and once in PyTorch, I was fairly confident that my models were close enough to the baseline models. The only thing different in my pipeline was the evaluation. I swapped out the scikit version I had been using for searching with annoy index, and my score instantly dropped. It turned out the baseline CodeSearchNet evaluation code didn't update the size of the annoy index, and the final search index was too small to capture the necessary information. That meant it was returning terrible results. So the lesson is always benchmark the index size if you're using annoy index, and don't be afraid to reinvent the wheel. You just might find yourself giving a talk at GitHub Universe a couple of months later. And that would be all from me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that. So thank you. So we've got a few questions coming in. Remember, Hamel and Rock will be in discussions for the next 30 minutes to continue answering your questions at githubuniverse.com/discussions. But before we do that, let's just go through some of these that are coming in from the audience, if that's okay, folks. So our first one is actually around machine learning in general. There's quite a few questions from sort of lots of different people about getting started with machine learning. and like PyTorch and things like that. So, it's obviously data science, and machine learning are two of the really hot topics right now. If people are looking to get into machine learning, where's a good place for them to start? So, Hamel, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, my number one recommendation for this for that is to look at some website called fast.ai or FastAI. GitHub actually partners with FastAI on a couple of different things, and it's a great resource. It's a nonprofit that focuses on education of machine learning, and it's really the best one, the one that I would recommend.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Hamel here. When I started with PyTorch and neural networks in general, FastAI tutorials were really kind of the best ones that kind of really illuminated neural networks for me. So yeah, that's a great place to start.
That's awesome. So y'all heard it there. There's a really great resource for you to go check out if you are learning how to get into it. So we have another question for you. People want to know, how can machine learning improve programmer productivity beyond code search? What are some other applicable ways that we can utilize this type of technology? I don't know. Let's start with Hamel again.
Yeah, so there's a lot of applications, not only for search, but things like helping you write documentation more effectively, or even even helping you write tests, all the way to detecting duplicate issues, things that help maintainers, help reduce maintainer toil, and help open source generally. And there's a lot of areas. Anytime you're writing something or doing anything repetitive, which happens a lot in programming, AI can help you. So that's the short answer for that one.
What about you, Rock? What are some of the tools that you utilize to help your productivity, or maybe that you can recommend for other people? I love the call out on docs, and it's so true. Like, the repeatable stuff should be done by the robots, but that's, I think, a universal opinion there. Rock, what do you think?
Yeah, I would have to agree, because I think, like I mentioned, the duplicate stuff should really become much more automated. So if I'm writing a piece of code that already exists somewhere in the code base, I would like to reuse it instead of writing my own thing, and kind of have a universal code across the entire code base, which I could use. So I think that would be the main thing that I kind of wish that would exist, because then, of course, right back to code search, I have to spend a lot of time in my IDE searching if this code already exists and stuff like that. So I think that duplicate detection and stuff like that would really help kind of everyday productivity.
That's fantastic. And that's actually a great teaser for the next session we've got coming up around code reuse and things like this and doing inner source. So I think what we'll do is we'll let you get on into discussion. So remember, Hamel and Rock are going to be in discussions for the next 30 minutes over at githubuniverse.com/discussions. But we'll let you head on over there now. So thank you very much, Hamel and Rock. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
All right, what a fascinating talk. But let me tell you what's happening right now over on the Dev channel: past, present, and future of technology and public health, how the WHO uses tech on the Play program, which I heard was like super awesome, that last one. So go check that out. We have poetic computation. But up next on the Enterprise channel, I am so into it. That's right, we got into it. Do you think they get that a lot? I bet they get that all the time, because it's just fun to say. I know Martin is into it as well, because he is into inner sourcing and looking forward to this one. We have two amazing speakers, Elisa and Rocio. Elisa Carpio is a principal tech evangelist, open source program leader, and a podcast host. Man, she is a Jill of all trades and Intuit. She's an inventor and has many field patents. We're going to have to check that out. And we have Rocio Montez, staff software engineer, open source and inner source leader, Intuit, and self-proclaimed beach bum. Girl, I'm always feeling the sunshine, if you can't tell. I can't wait to hear them get into it with us. So without further ado, you can take it away, Elisa and Rocio.
thank you so much for that amazing introduction. Welcome to our talk titled How Intuit is Overhauling Legacy Engineering Practices at Scale with InnerSource. My name is Elisa Carpio, and I'm Principal Tech Evangelist at Intuit, focused on tech culture. And I'm joined by my colleague,
Rocio Montes, Staff Software Engineer, leader in inner source and open source. I create tooling and automation to make these two initiatives successful.
Thanks, Rocio. Let's just jump right in. I'm not going to say let's jump into it, but let's go ahead and jump right in. Now, what if engineers worked as a community, as code stewards and not code owners? Mark Earls, the author of the book titled Herd, cited a study in New York between two high school schools that are close in proximity to each other, but also have similar socioeconomic conditions. The thing that's different about them, though, is that the test scores between the two schools were so different, especially in math. One of the schools had really high test scores, and so they looked into why. And what they found was the school with the higher math test scores, they found that the students worked on homework together and studied for their tests together. They created a community where each member was both teacher and student, and where each felt supported and worked towards a common goal. So if you think about this, and we take the same principle of working and learning as a community, we know that that can be applied to mid-size and enterprise companies in the tech industry. Today, the pressure to deliver high benefit, high quality solutions with speed has led many product development teams, and I know you probably are agreeing with me, to focus on the short term, with each engineering team delivering just their own feature. But what if we can imagine a world where we work as engineers in communities of practice, have almost no meetings, and are code stewards? We would probably hear something like this. On my first day, I was up and running and ready to code before lunch. Each team really understands the customer that they're solving for and the problem. Our team gets to own our own mission, make decisions, and solve for that customer. We get to see the difference that we make, and I know I can make that big impact. And so that feels really great. But is this nirvana just the stuff of legends? And although I can't see you, maybe you can do me a favor and raise your hand if that community of practice, that world that I painted, is true for your organization. If it is, man, we'd love to connect with you and learn from you. Now, we do want to reach that nirvana, and we are at Intuit in a journey to get there. But today, to get there does have some challenges. At Intuit, we have 6 big groups across multiple continents and multiple time zones. Engineers and other technologists focus on delivering solutions declared as priorities by their groups. We have aggressive schedules to deliver features, fixes, and products to millions of customers. And speed, yes, it's a necessity, but man, to get there, there are some challenges. So I'm going to name 4 of them right now. Let me just build this. So the first is in order for us to enable work effectively, right now we are still in this journey to move from where code is owned by teams and individuals to a more, and we'll talk more about the solution, but today so much of our code is still owned by individuals and teams. And so there's a heavy reliance on these folks to actually, do everything from, answer questions you may have on that repo to, allowing or to doing reviews on your PR. Now, the waiting that is involved with that, especially when you have, when you have disparate locations across the globe, can get in the way of really being speedy in terms of, committing your code. And that actually sometimes leads to heroics for our engineers. Now, we also found that even though you could tell me, yeah, my repo, yeah, I've got it, documented, we have found that the documentation lacked in so many of them, and it made it really, really hard to contribute. And finally, even though you may tell me that you're adhering to standards, we found that standards actually varied across the various organizations and teams. And so onboarding to a project or to that repo really was hard because you had to keep learning new rules, if you will. So how did we solve it? We solved it by taking inspiration from open source. And I'm going to hand this over to Rocio Montes, who's going to talk about our solution. Rocio?
Thank you, Elisa. So yes, we implemented a solution that included an inner source model. Inner source takes the principles of open source into the enterprise environment. Inner source is a great tool to help break silos, encourage internal collaboration, accelerate new engineering onboarding, and identify opportunities to even contribute back to open source. So let's talk about what our inner source program included. When we first started to look at inner source, we discovered that many business units and teams were already practicing some form of inner source. The logical first step then was to declare a set of unified guidelines that outline the one way that Intuit engineers could use to contribute to any repositories in our Intuit ecosystem. These unified guidelines included a document structure that every repository should have in order to be inner source ready. GitHub would automatically recognize these files and enhance the collaboration experience for engineers. Documents like code owners to quickly get those PRs assigned to a code reviewer, a contributing .md to detail the rules of engagement with each repository, and the pull request template that gives every contributor a checklist to complete before submitting a PR. These proven to be really helpful in the contribution process. Additionally, we required having continuous integration and continuous deployment automation on each of the PRs, completed with unit and functional tests. That was definitely a must. These PR automations gave contributors quick and useful feedback about the PR and the code that they are trying to merge. On the next slides, we're going to show you that technology changes were not enough. We actually needed to set up our teams for success in this new world. So we actually needed to think that inner source is more of a mindset change rather than a technological approach. We needed our teams to understand that internal engineers were now a first-class customer, and that with practice, trial and error, there were going to be these frequent contributors that were going to become a trusted committer. It's a new role for us, a role with defined responsibilities to ease and optimize contributions from frequent teams. Now, please go back one, Elisa. One more. One more, sorry, there we go. At the heart of inner source, there are the code reviews. We implemented training for new engineers and existing engineers that teach them techniques to foster a healthy contribution environment when doing code reviews. We actually think that each PR is an opportunity for mentorship. It was also very important to get teams to agree on their SLAs for code reviews, release, and support, and of course, publish them in their contributing.md. On the next slide, we're also going to talk about how we had to scale our efforts via influencers. When we first started the program, it was only Elisa and I. So we really needed to scale the efforts by finding passionate volunteers, engineers and leaders that already had a passion for inner source and were excited to see the benefits inside Intuit. Open source supporters were also great partners. When looking for repositories to get inner source ready, we focus on prioritizing the foundational capabilities needed for Intuit's technology strategy. Additionally, we look for services that were the most common and already had a big number of contributors. So we prioritize these repos and getting them inner source ready. Of course, we needed to establish a rewards and recognition program. We're going to talk about more on that later, but rewarding early adopters was really important. So, have I sold you on getting inner source implemented in your company? These would be the steps that you need to take in order to do so. You will for sure need leader support in order to provide, time for training of their engineers, time for their engineers to adopt engineer guidelines and make the technology changes. And like I mentioned before, you need to create a set of unified guidelines. Also, identify your model teams, these teams that are going to be, like I mentioned, foundational capabilities in each of the business units that you have. Conduct workshops to teach how to do inner source. We actually had workshops at each Intuit site, and every chance we got, every conference, every event, there we were inner source, rah, rah, rah. So it's really important that you teach what inner source is. On the next slide, I want to remind you that you actually need a group of people with different roles and skills. You need, of course, engineers and a product manager. Make sure that you have diversity on your volunteers, from staff level to early career team members, and you need to make sure that they actually can tell a story and can do it well. You will need to implement dashboards and metrics in order to share the progress and track the readiness of the repos, as well as the ability to find those most popular repos and the foundational capabilities. Tooling and rewards prove to be very useful in getting everyone excited about innersource. For example, we created the first-time contributions. We recognize that all the benefits, when we talked about the benefits of innersource, we were only talking about the benefits to the business, right? Prioritization, ease of releasing to our customers more quickly, more features. But when we wanted to focus on the engineer, the benefits were that they were able to collaborate in different teams and collaborate in different programming languages that they usually do on their teams. So the Intuit first-time contribution site on the previous slide outlined projects that were actively looking for contributors. These projects signed up to the site and said, here are some of the issues that we have, and they could be on Jira or on GitHub, and they were good first issues that anybody could jump on and solve them. We also added an innersource badge to our intranet for those who have onboarded to innersource and were participating in the program. This is kind of like a badge of honor. Now back to Elisa, who will talk about the engineering benefits that we saw with the program.
Thanks, Rocio. Now you heard about, the benefits at a high level for engineers. We also wanted to let you know that many engineers told us that by allowing engineers to contribute to other repos, they were actually investing in their craft and that they were learning new skills. And in addition to the engineers, there were other stakeholders that really do benefit. The other one is our internal and external customers. And our customers definitely said that, wow, the products, not only are they delightful, but when there's a problem, you get that fix out right away. Now, for the business, Rocio did mention the business earlier. For the business, not only was there speed in delivering solutions and products to customers, but there was definitely higher engagement from our engineers or from product development teams. And we believe that and we're starting to see, some data on this, but we believe that higher engagement leads to higher retention of top tech talent. And this is our final slide. We'd love to share with you the resources that, might also inspire you to take on this model or maybe enhance the model you currently have, your innersource model in your company. The first is the book that I mentioned called Heard by Mark Earls. And this is all about how do you tap into the social nature of beings, including human beings, in order to actually create a movement, in order to actually create change. The second is InnerSource Commons. We took a lot of inspiration from the learnings and best practices that they shared. We also wanted to make sure, I know Rocio kind of touched on it, but fun has to be in a lot of the things that you do. I mean, Rocio talked about how we went to different sites and did the rah-rah, but we have to infuse fun. And we loved how when we looked at Made with Code, they had a section under community, and we love some of their ideas there. We've definitely adopted those. And finally, this is all about change management. Rocio mentioned it, that yes, tech is there, but so much of it is mindset and so much of it is definitely about community. And so we recommend this book by the Heath brothers called Switch, How to Change Things When Change is Hard. And you probably, based on what you've heard, you probably heard the three parts to that book, which is the writer, the visionary, the elephant, which is the emotional impact or the emotional, embodiment of what you're trying to do. And lastly, the path that you are trying to, get people to go on. And with that said, we would love to thank you for taking the time to learn from us and to have us share with you our journey. And this is our Twitter handle, so please do follow us. And with that, questions?
going to talk to two badasses. If you didn't know, they also did a panel discussion recently talking about women leading open source. And you two are just real life examples of the future of the community. And I'm sorry, I'm fan momming a little bit on y'all too. That's just so inspiring. It was. I mean, I'm a huge proponent. I think that, like, thinking about the size of a company like Intuit and starting a grassroots effort with just the two awesome people saying, like, this will make us better, and not just, in a way to produce amazing code. But I love that the PRs, every opportunity for mentorship. It truly is, right? Like, as our job as technologists, it's to continue to raise the bar and bring up the people around us. So with that being said, like, you talked a little bit about how y'all did this code review training. How did you get buy-in to take people away from building features to say, listen, if we give this people training and we look at our code reviews through this new lens, we'll be better on the other side? Because I know people always get nervous and they're like, oh my gosh, you're doing this and not shipping code, right? How did y'all, get the incentive to do this whole program with the training? And then, if you can, share with us a little bit more about how that really brought up the culture to embrace this. Let's start with you, Lisa.
Sure. I want to just let you know that when we say training, it is still ongoing. The thing that we need to make sure that is that any movement takes support from high up. It also takes support from, the front lines. And so when you're talking about the training, we are embedding it from the moment that you started Intuit. It is part of our onboarding program called Dev at Intuit for engineers. We also do it as workshops for women in tech. We do it in various workshops, as part of innersource and open source, but it is in everything that we do. And let me tell you, one of the things that the people don't realize is that our chief architect, Intuit chief architect, who's our boss, Alex Balazs, he co-wrote a paper with all of the leaders, including our CTO, Mariana Tessel. And that paper was about the vision of Intuit engineering culture. And that is still our vision and our roadmap. And we actually took that inspiration and we created a team. And yes, it started with me and Rocio. We are now up to, Rocio, are we 8 now? We are now up to 8 people. Yeah. But let me tell you, it took some, there was definitely some swag that we had to deliver. There was some swag, but also the fact that we did these things called beautiful code tours. We actually branded everything. And there was so much excitement in the community. And Rocio and I have gone everywhere from London to India to, all parts of like the world, to Canada, to do these talks and to really start creating a community. I'm going to have Rocio mention some things too. Rocio?
Yeah, for the code review training, it was really important for us to teach engineers that they needed to be open and create a healthy environment, right? Because one of the things about open source is that, that barrier of being scared of what they're going to think about my code. Are they going to be harsh on the code reviews? So really showcasing that, like you mentioned, and that you like, every PR is an opportunity for mentorship was really important. And we have this amazing principal engineer at Intuit called Carlos Ambrosak, who put together the outline for these code reviews and shares techniques and has his own like slang terms to say, this is how you do code reviews. You have to create your priorities. Don't slam everybody. Don't slam your contributor with the 20 issues that you're seeing, do one by one, and all these techniques that were really useful. And, we teach every newcomer, existing engineers, and we say, this is how we do code reviews at Intuit. It's a healthy environment. And, staff and senior engineers need to be the role models for that so that all of the teams can follow.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Have you ever thought about sharing some of that code review guidance externally as well? Because I know, as a maintainer of open source projects, teaching other people how to do that sort of thing is hard. And there's this huge, there's a huge emotional kind of thing you've got to get over when you start sharing. Imposter syndrome comes up big time. And you think, oh, I can't share my code with anybody, and it's, right. And sort of the conversation I would have with them was, especially because I used to work at Microsoft before I came over to GitHub, and quite often you'd be talking to teams and they wouldn't want to share code around the organization, and you sort of dig into them and you're like, hang on a minute, doesn't your code run on like, 20 billion devices sort of thing. And they'd be like, yeah. And you're like, okay, the code is good enough. I know you want to clean up all those source code comments. And I know you want to fix all these things and refactor it and whatever, but it's good enough. Like, share it first and help the community come with you on that journey as you improve it. So how do you get people over that emotional hurdle to help them share? Is it just through positive incentives, or what do you do? How do you encourage them?
Rocio, do you want to start?
It is definitely with positive. It's definitely with positive incentives, and by highlighting the good practices. Usually we used to highlight the people that did the heroics, right? That turned something bad into good. But now we're trying to highlight engineers that are doing good since the start, that are great leaders, and that showcase that a healthy contribution environment, it's rewarded. So we have newsletters, we have a Slack channel, and whenever we see these leaders that are welcoming and accepting and open to these new contributions, we highlight them just so that they can be role models and they can set the tone for the company culture. So I think that, rewarding and showcasing the right behaviors is key to having everyone else follow suit.
I think it's also really important, something Rocio mentioned around influencers. We did take steps to start, and by the way, that was an inspiration that we took from the fashion industry, to be honest. In terms of influencers, we saw that being able to, start looking for those that are going to be our fans, that are going to be supporting us, people are able to go, gosh, I'm a software engineer level 2, and that's a software engineer level 2 who's also doing this. I can do that. And so being able to see yourself, with others that may be the same level as you does remove some of that, like you said, a little bit of that terror of, is my code going to be good enough? Is my contribution going to be accepted? And so I think being able to really leverage the community, something that I do want to let everyone know, this isn't just about, I think in any kind of change management, you've got to figure out how do you create community that, as Rocio says, like supports one another, but also teaches one another and is open to, in a way, failing and learning. And so that's another thing that I know Rocio mentioned it, but having a safe, open environment is so important because we know we're all learning our way through this too. And I feel like Rocio and I are constantly learning about things that we didn't know about, hurdles or challenges. And so we're having to adopt constantly. Well, okay, we were kind of hard on that rule, but let's figure out if there's another way to do this because it's not working for this group. So, Rocio, do you have anything else to add to that? I think that's something that we're constantly learning is a big thing also.
Agree.
For reals. I mean, I think about it, you hit on it. You want to put the kindness into coding, right? When you approach with an open heart and an open mind, and you just have this culture of kindness where you incentivize, not only with awesome swag, because let me tell you what, there ain't no developer I know that don't want some good swag, but really the reward, right? But the reward and the fulfillment of like seeing the people around you go on to do great things. And I think that when you bring those principal engineers, it's not always like the hard, deep technical code, but the force multiplication that you can do by bringing in that kindness and that culture and lowering that barrier. Because I'm going to tell you, I've been in tech for 21 years now. I know it's hard to believe, but I have, and I still have that fear. I know I still have that fear of death by 1,000 comments when a code review comes up. I'm like, oh my gosh, did I, do something stupid? Did I not, run my linter? Like, what did I do? And I just think that like y'all said it best, like starting with good incentivification, like telling people that you're going to be rewarded through helping others. And then, making it okay to share your dang code. Inner sourcing can be hard because we inadvertently build these little tribes, right? Where it's like, it's my stuff. It's my, we always say, right, don't move my cheese. Right. Don't move my cheese. And we're like, okay, now everybody come taste my cheese platter. And I just love what y'all are doing there and sharing these lessons, because applying what open source community has done and that workflow is really what it's about, right? Collaboration. So I got one question. I'll quit yabbing. I love y'all. Y'all are awesome. So what was, if you could, I'll throw it to one of you. Rocio, what was your biggest lesson learned in this journey? And if you could do something over again, what would you do?
The biggest lesson learned was that for the younger engineers, innersource was a done deal. They were like, do you really need to teach innersource? This should be how it works. Like, if I need a change on another repository, I'm good enough. I know how to run a repository. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. The harder part was to get, senior level, staff level, and even managers in the mindset of innersource. And obviously that comes because, okay, we now need to think about supportability. We now need to think about the bugs that might come up in production. We now need to think about this external contributor going on vacation, and now I'm stuck with an issue, right? So for me, that was, a super interesting light bulb that definitely helped us leverage these young engineers that are used to open source, that, open source is in their face nowadays, to leverage them and to teach other teams and to start just practicing and say, hey, look at all these engineers practicing innersource. Let's follow them. If you're asking me something that I would do differently, I think that we focus maybe a little too much at the beginning on just processes and guidelines and all of that. And we let a little bit to the end, creating our dashboards and showing numbers. I wish that, and again, it was just Elisa and I wish I could have duplicated myself to create the dashboard and also do all the processes and investigations and research. But now that we have it, I wish we have had it earlier. Yeah.
For me, I wish that we would have started from the get-go, including product managers in our roadshows. We definitely focused, because we come from engineering, focused on dev managers, architects, and frontline engineers. And really, as key partners to this, we really needed to bring product managers from the get-go. I mean, we figured it out, right, Rocio? I would say on our third trip. In another location, we're like, we should probably have product managers. And so, because they really needed to understand the benefits. And I think it was such a black box to many of them, like, why would we do this? And why would we take time for this? And so I would say that's the one thing that I would say we could have done. And then I do +1 on the dashboarding. I do think that we needed to, the thing that we should have added was be really strong around, if you will, your OKRs. What was the key results at the end? I know we focused first on foundational capabilities, first for inner sourcing, but it would have, I think we could have been stronger in the stake that we put in the ground around what does success really look like.
Right on. Well, thank you both so much, Rocio and Elisa. I loved it. I'm sure other people too. You will be available for the next 30 minutes in discussions, continuing answering all your questions. So go ahead and post them at githubuniverse.com/discussion. Thanks again, ladies.
Thank
you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
That was really inspiring, Dana. I really, really enjoyed that one. Thanks. So yeah, we've got the dev channel, the university channel, and the play channel, which is just for fun. But you're in the enterprise channel, and we're putting the entertainment in enterprise today. Feel free to pop in and out of the other channels if you want. You're not going to want to miss this next session, I promise you. Happening now on the dev channel is an excellent, actually, to be honest, you might want to go watch the replay of this one. It's a great panel discussion, building your community with GitHub discussions. And it's got our very own Divine Ops, joined by one of our GitHub stars, actually, Gina Hausger as well. So it should be a really good panel discussion. And then over in the play channel, we've got the future of web in an XR world. But yeah, I'm going to introduce the next session, actually, because Dana's a little bit of a stan when it comes to our next guest. But it's my pleasure, my absolute pleasure, to introduce Dr. Nicole Forsgren. She's going to be joining us to talk about getting better together. If you don't know Nicole, she's the VP of Research and Strategy here at GitHub. She wrote an amazing multi-award-winning book called Accelerate, The Science of Lean Software and DevOps. If you haven't read that book and you're into the discussions you've been hearing today and yesterday on this channel, then you definitely want to get that book. I know it was recommended pretty heavily yesterday, actually, so hopefully you've already got it by now. Remember to engage on discussions. If you head on over to githubuniverse.com/discussions, everybody's there answering questions, and there's a load of people from the research team that Nicole works with actually in the discussions ready to answer your questions. And also don't forget to rate this session very highly. If you go and click on the button in the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little rate session there. We really value your feedback, so find that little yellow star to join the next to join the discussion on the bottom of the page. Okay, without further ado, let's start the talk with Nicole on getting better together, what enterprises can learn from a global patterns. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining me. I am here to talk all about really some of the latest research. I don't know if you've heard, I like research, I like strategy, I really like data. Why? Because it helps us get better. So I do research and strategy here at GitHub. In a previous life, back in the day, I was actually writing mainframe programs. So it feels appropriate that I'm here hanging out on the enterprise channel. Then I was a software developer. I was an engineer. I was building systems. I was supporting them. I was a sysadmin. And then I decided to go do some research. I was lead investigator on the state of DevOps reports for years. Wrote the book Accelerate. Some of you may have heard of it. A lot of that work was based on helping us understand some of the core principles, capabilities, practices, and processes to help companies of all sizes understand how we can help build and develop software for high performance so that we can really do things that are dope. So what have I been up to lately? I just joined GitHub earlier this year. Well, we just released the State of Octaverse report last week. It was a birthday present to myself and everyone else. We took a slightly different approach this year. So in addition to sharing with the world how GitHub has grown and changed, we also did some deep dives. So if you go to the website, octaverse.github.com, you'll see a little button that says download 3 reports. Now, you don't have to. I was also a professor, so I'm not going to assign some homework. But you may find them really interesting because the site will walk you through some of the highlights that I love. It will also share some of the background, some of the nuance, some of the detail. Or you can watch this talk and I'll walk you through some of my favorites. So let's dig into it. We had quite a year. We have now grown to over 56 million total developers on GitHub. That's some power. When we say community, we say community. Now, we also see 72% of Fortune 50 companies are using GitHub Enterprise. Just in the last year, in the last 12 months, we see over 60 million repositories were created and 1.9 billion, with a B, contributions were added in the last year. I mean, when I say we've had quite a year, we had quite a year. But I don't know about you. We've also had quite a year. We can take a moment. We can feel that, right? And so when we were designing the research and the research questions that kind of guided our investigations, we wanted to see what this might look like, what we're feeling, what we're doing, and how it's shaped not only the activity that we see among developers, but how it might shape and inform our practices moving forward. So this is what we'll talk about today. Juggling work and play, how automation makes things better, and the patterns that we see. Working better together, and then we'll wrap up with securing our systems. So let's jump in the Wayback Machine, because again, this year feels like it's a Wayback Machine. What we did is we took an investigation across 4 time zones to see if there are some interesting patterns. These 4 time zones for development activity include the UK time zone, US Eastern time zone, US Pacific time zone, and Japan Standard time zone. Now we selected these because we have some strong data in these so that they won't be overly influenced by any, significant standout organizations. And these these time zones also had some pretty strong shelter-in-place orders. Now, the one I'm displaying here is UK time zone. There are a couple things to notice here as you take a look at this chart. That line where everything's kind of centered is R0. So if we hadn't seen any changes in activity noticeably compared to the prior year, everything would kind of be hanging along there. Here's what we take a look at. First, we work longer. Take a look at those purple bars. As we kind of chug along up until shelter-in-place orders, we see a strong COVID effect. As we compare the time difference between our first and last Git push to the main branch in any repository that we're working in, we see a strong increase, right? People are working longer hours. Now, I will say a little bit of this is expected, right? Because once people start working from home, even before COVID, we tend to work a little bit longer hours because we lose this boundary between work and life. But we see this grows for a while until maybe people are getting used to it a little bit, right? Maybe we start adjusting. Maybe we get a little bit better at creating boundaries. Maybe we create a commute, right? Maybe we take a lap around the block to kind of separate work and home. So then our next question is, well, are we spreading out work or are we actually doing more work? That's the green line you see, is how much work are we doing? For this, we proxied it with the number of pushes that we're doing per day. So here we kind of see that kind of jog along that 0 line until we initially see shelter-in-place orders go into effect, and it kind of takes a dip as we're suddenly adjusting to uncertainty and change, and so many things are happening. Kind of comes even, and then it jumps quite a bit. So it's interesting because overall, and we see this fairly consistently across the time zones, many people are both working longer hours and getting more done. Wonder how we all feel about that. I don't know about you, I feel it. So what else did we see though? We saw that people are really turning to open source. We saw contributions to open source jump initially 40% compared to last year. And then when they settle out at about 25% increase compared to the previous year. So as we're all sitting at home, what are we going to do? We're going to pick up hobbies. Some of us named a sourdough starter. Some of us played video games. Some of us turned to open source to learn, create, turn to our community. It's kind of exciting because there's so much for us to do. But then we sat back and we're like, wait, there are only so many hours a day. How are we working more and on open source more? So we took a look by day of the week. Here's what we saw. Now we are working more. These are kind of laid out by days of the week, starting with Monday. We're working as much on Saturdays and Sundays as we are on Mondays. Take from that what you will, but we're working more on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, spent in development time. We step down that work on Saturdays and Sundays, and look what happens to open source. So the bars are our work days, work hours. Open source kind of chugs along and it jumps up on the weekends. We're creating time for open source. This is a great opportunity for us to disconnect, reach out, pair with our community. I think it's important for enterprises, and teams, and managers and leaders to realize that open source is something else. It's something different. We should create space in our corporate cultures and in our corporate policies to make sure that we allow our developers this space. Why? Because productivity is personal, right? It does provide us this escape. Now, I've been chatting with researchers conducting dozens of experiments across and research across many, many other teams. And we do see that productivity is personal. As we saw in the previous charts, many people are spreading out their days. Flexibility is key here. And one tip we can say to anyone here, managers, developers, one of the big tips that we see resonate with many, many people is that it's important to manage your energy, not just manage your time. Some people are finding great success by focusing in the mornings or by focusing late at night. Sometimes people are finding great success from finally having flexibility in the middle of the day to work out or take a nap or kind of have that flexibility. one of the great things that we also find is that not only do we have a little more flexibility with our work times and our work schedules now that we're home, but by having great flexible tools that allow teams to collaborate across time zones, across contexts, and across geographies, leveraging things like innersource can really help. Because things like automation are really enabling this. We did an additional analysis. We found that once an open source repo starts using actions on their pull requests, we see an 18% faster time to merge that pull request and an increase of 30% more pull requests merged. Now, we chose pull request as kind of that interesting, perfect little inflection point, because that means you can automate notification of asking people to take a look at that PR, or you can then kick off the rest of your development workflow. So look at the impact of automating just one aspect of your workflow. It helps reduce toil work. It helps reduce manual work, the things that are important to do, but we may not love doing. It frees up time to do the things that we love. It improves our developer experience. It kind of greases the wheels for the rest of what's great. And I think that's also important to realize is this isn't just about productivity. Yes, we see amazing productivity gains, and that's important, especially in a year like this, but it's also about making tech sustainable. And if we think back beyond March, so many Marches this year, DevOps was kind of the original hipster for building systems and making tech more sustainable. It was really about improved technology and improved process and better collaboration and better communication so that we could take care of ourselves and we could take care of our teams. And while it's true in open source, there's nowhere that it's more true than enterprise systems. So, speaking of communication and collaboration, we also saw this happen at scale. As we look, again, it's so interesting, right? We see this COVID effect appear so many places as we kind of chug along the year. By the way, that quick jump on the left is Thanksgiving holiday. We saw a shift in it across weeks. But as we take a look at PR merge times, once shelter-in-place orders occur across all open source repositories, PR merge times drop, which means they're getting faster. And they got up to 7.5 hours faster. Remember, this is a sign of collaboration. People are, maybe they're home, but we had so many things we could do from home. We were eager to reach out and work together and create and build wonderful things. But it wasn't just open source. It was also our working together, right? In our enterprise repositories. We saw this in enterprise. We saw this in paid team repos. We got up to 5.5 hours faster. We really were working together and collaborating better and collaborating faster. We really figured out how to get this done. And I think it's exciting. And not just with PRs, not just core in the code, but talking about all of the things that make our projects and our community great. GitHub released and announced discussions earlier this year. So we took a look at the next.js repository and how they were using discussions. And it was great to see and kind of exciting to see how this grew over time. And what we found is that it really helped keep this community more resilient and more sustainable. What some of our other analysis found is that some of the best ways to invite and encourage and foster newcomers to stick with the community are with issues. The challenge with issues is that can burn out maintainers. So the exciting thing is that we also found that one of the best ways to encourage newcomers is with discussions. Discussions is a way to engage, talk about what's happening, learn new norms. Now, some of you may be thinking, well, what does this have to do with me, Nicole? This is the enterprise track. This is great because as we think about scaling our solutions and scaling throughout our enterprises, think about things like centers of excellence or communities of practice. This helps make sure that our expertise isn't siloed. This helps us spread that excellence. It's a lot like innersource, right? We have so many things. We have expertise. We have process. There's so many things that we can share. Now, speaking of open source and building and sharing that expertise, we also looked at how open source is used. And across all of the package ecosystems that GitHub supports, so many of them, most of them, over 90% rely on open source. And I think that's so exciting and so wonderful because there is this amazing, amazing resource that's available to almost everyone, right? That's incredible. We also then took a look to say, to ask ourselves, what does that mean in terms of dependencies, right? Because we also need to be thinking about security. So what does this mean in terms of our security posture? What we found is that it's super important to secure our code because any piece of software can have hundreds and thousands of dependencies. And this chart here shows you both direct dependencies, if something that you directly pull in, a library or file has a dependency, or if a transitive dependency, or how many transitive dependencies it has. So if anything, in turn pulls in a file. What we found is that any piece of code or any repo has a 59% chance of getting a security alert in the next year for those active repositories with supported package ecosystems. Now, in case you're saying, wait, this means I can't use open source. That's actually not the case at all, because then our follow-on analysis asked, well, where do these vulnerabilities come from? Most vulnerabilities are mistakes. Only 17% of them are explicitly malicious, things like backdoor attacks, and they result in only 0.2% of alerts in the very commonly and most used repos and most used files. 83% of these vulnerabilities are the result of mistakes. So it's important to remember anyone can make a mistake, and anyone can insert a mistake into your code base. So by leveraging the power of community, that means that anyone in this community can help find these vulnerabilities and fix them for you. You've suddenly got a huge home team advantage. So what does this open source vulnerability timeline look like? It actually takes over 4 years, often, to find a vulnerability once it's introduced. This seems kind of long. It's actually not totally unheard of. The only analysis that we could see that was similar to this was from an O-Day analysis, which is kind of like comparing apples and oranges. But ran this analysis, and it was about five years to identify vulnerability. But once that vulnerability is identified, it takes the community just over 4 weeks, almost 4.5 weeks, to fix the vulnerability. It takes about 10 weeks to identify the community, and then 1 week to fix. I will note that for people using GitHub Advisory Database, we can alert 20 times faster because we don't need to run through several steps of intermediaries and imports. Now, another benefit of automation. Repositories that automatically generated a pull request using Dependabot to fix patched their software 1.4 times faster. So many times people ask me, what does shift left look like? If I want to be doing DevSecOps, what does that look like? This is what that looks like. We can scale what it is that we find. We can build that into our development workflow. We have so many opportunities to build security in. So again, we're leveraging the wonderful things that the security community finds for us. We can build in that patch automatically, and it just happens. Now, I'm about out of time. So let me share just a few more favorites that I had in the findings. We did more work overall this year. So then we ran another analysis. How did we get more work done? Were we just creating like giant files? Turns out, no. PR size overall didn't change. This one made me personally very happy because much of my prior work shows that some of the best ways to get work done is to work in small batches. So, pro tip, keep working in small batches. It makes your releases faster and more stable, and it makes it easier to be running your PRs. Now, what else? GitHub is the home for more than just developers. In our community report, we ran an analysis that went beyond just 1 year in arrears. We went back 7 years in some cases to see how our community is changing and growing. And we found that while we are growing overall and we still have many developers, so many more people are joining the community. We see scientists, we see people in education, we see people in data, like data analysts. There's a space for so many people here. Managers, leaders, so many people are joining GitHub. And GitHub is a place not just for code, but it's a place for so many different file types. The platform itself is maturing, becoming a place for many different types of creation. We also found that the most critical vulnerabilities are caught in code review. Code review, not just for code and linting and tabs v spaces. It's also, most importantly, for security and our security vulnerabilities. Okay, listen, there's so much more there. Go check out the report. Go check out the site, octaverse.github.com. Now, here's the slide. Take a picture. You'll get credit, even if I'm sure you've been tweeting out your favorites. Here's our TLDR. We talked about juggling work and play, how automation makes things better, working better together, and securing our systems. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you, Nicole. People certainly have been tweeting out a bunch of stuff about that talk, so it was a great session. Thank you very much. We've got quite a few questions coming in already, actually, so we're just going to dive straight into Q&A, if that's okay with you. Got a question here from Ian. So Ian, I think, deserves some sort of swag or something, Dana, because he's been with us all the way through the enterprise track throughout the whole week, so we've got to take Ian's question first. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to shorten it a little bit because, you know, I know Ian and I know his dogs as well. We've seen pictures as we go, so I'll shorten this one. Basically, what Ian's saying is, what were some of the hypotheses that the team came up with around the people doing as much or more work on a Sunday as on a Monday? And was there anything you were able to actually, you know, dig into in the data around those hypotheses?
This is an amazing question. So there are a few hypotheses that we are going to be following up on individually, as well as in partnership with some of the teams at Microsoft Research. So some of these hypotheses might be that people are maybe catching up with previous week's work, but more likely is that we're prepping for the week to come, especially because it's on a Sunday. Right. So how can I set myself up? I want to make sure I can hit the ground running on a Monday. I'll just do some quick emails. I want to make sure I'm ready. And suddenly, or, you know, this was development time, but it's the time between the two. So maybe you're setting up your environment quick. I want to make sure my PR is ready for my team. And so suddenly you're doing a few things. And I think in particular, the reason that's similar to Monday, because we saw a big jump in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And by the way, that jump is even more drastic in Pacific time zone. That's aside. But Mondays, we think, might be slightly shorter because Mondays are, in many cases, kind of a big meeting day, right? We end up getting really distracted because we're setting up our week. And so when we combine those, it might be, I'm setting up my Monday and I'm making up for the fact that I know Mondays are going to be a little rough. I'm going to kind of get a hit.
I'll tell you, you know, if you want to include me as a part of that research, Sundays are the day I go in my office, avoid the family, and have heads down, like non-Zoom work, non-video conferencing. I'm sure a lot of people are, like you said, are using that time. For me, it's like the focus time. I know Sunday mornings, everybody's sleeping and not bothering me because we're here 24/7 right now. So I'm sure a lot of other working parents out there too are using that time chunk to be like, I'm busy. But it'll be interesting to see what y'all find and some of the nuances there. All right, Nicole, we got some more stuff coming for you. So people want to know, you've been doing this report for a while. I like to think of it as the holiday gift that Dr. Nicole gives us every season. But this year being a very interesting one, as you said, or interesting, as Martin would say. What was something that was unexpected that you found in the data? Did you see anything that you were like, whoa, I didn't anticipate that? I know there were some differences, but for you personally, as you were going through your research?
There were a couple things, you know. I would say the COVID effects weren't super surprising. There were a couple levels of developer activity data, like number of pushes, number of pull requests, overall activity data that showed growth year over year. And it was very typical growth year over year. And it didn't change. So the fact that we saw consistent growth with no change given 2020 was really interesting, right? And then issues in enterprises, issues kind of like chugged along and then kind of dove. But in free repos, issues chugged along and jumped. And when we think about it right now, as I kind of think back and reflect on it, we think maybe this makes sense. It could be that in enterprises, we always sit in a big room with whiteboards to build up our backlog of what we're going to build, right? Because issues are how we plan and track work. But in open source, of course, we've always been distributed, moving home, like no big deal, it's fine. But in enterprises, we didn't have the ceremonies to create a huge backlog of work. And so once we had burned down through that, we really struggled to recreate that. So again, we need to have flexible tools and flexible ceremonies to support this.
Fantastic. Now, we are actually out of time for questions, but I'm going to squeeze one last one in, if you can answer it fairly quick, because it's from Quinny Pig. So, and he was wanting to know...
Should I be nervous?
Yeah. So I've got to bring it in. Exactly.
You should be nervous.
No. Well, there's no swearing in it, which is why I can read it out. So not once did Dr. Forsgren conflate the number of pull requests with productivity, which is, you get a thumbs up. How can he convince his idiot boss and get them on board with that perspective?
I am very excited for this question. And I will give like a teaser to a paper that I have been working on with a handful of researchers that will be getting published in January. And I think it's important to note that productivity is more than just activity. And if we only talk about one thing, that will be gamed. And you can even think about it when we used to play with magnifying glasses in the sun and you could burn things. If we only measure one thing, we're gonna burn ourselves. If we only measure activity, even if we measure lots of things of activity, if we only measure, or like one measure of productivity, if we only measure lines of code and pushes and pull requests, those are all activity measures. People will react to what you measure and you're gonna burn. So we're coming up with a new framework, or it's kind of existing. It's based on decades of research on how we should think about productivity. And we need to be using several dimensions, right? If you think about the DORA 4 metrics, they're speed and stability, so they balance you out. Productivity should have a few metrics: satisfaction, performance, activity, communication, collaboration, and efficiency and flow. And you need to have at least a few to force that balance and tension.
Fantastic. Yeah. We had Maya on yesterday, or was it Monday? I can't remember now. It's all blurring. But she's a fellow physicist. And, when you're in quantum mechanics and things, you always know that when you measure the system, it affects the system at measure kind of thing. So, yeah, It's a great example.
Yes, Hawthorne effect.
Hey, Nicole. Yeah, exactly. We could talk like all day. So we're going to have to go to discussions, I'm afraid. So Nicole's very graciously agreed to be in the discussions for the next 30 minutes. If you want to head on over to githubuniverse.com/discussions. But that was a superb talk. Thank you very much, Nicole. Take care. Bye.
Thanks. Holy guacamole, Martin. I love hearing Dr. Nicole Forsgren talk. It's so soothing and so smart and so just freaking interesting, just to hear really all the research, because we have these built-in assumptions about what we think is going on. And I am a data nerd. So, but there is so much more to check out because we are just getting going. In fact, we have some audience tweets. So how about we take a quick check on the audience and see what's up? All right, Monk Chips. Just about ready for GitHub Enterprise Keynote. Oh my gosh, Martin!
Yeah.
Very sharp, indeed. Yeah. Look at us. Thank you, Monk Chips. We also have at SW Dev Angel. One of the things we love about Kelsey Hightower is his humanity. He is just so good at being authentic, because he is. I mean, Kelsey's an amazing human, but talking about the emotional impact of a credit card transaction while not going through a checkout, or the collaborative act of breaking a marathon world record. Yes, and let me just tell y'all, Chelsea did that keynote live. Props to him. You would never guessed. So yeah, definitely feeling it there. But guess what? We got more coming up on Enterprise. Right now, we got a DJ break, 2x AAs, chill, chiptune, optimize your mono repo experience, and open source online DevOps dojo. And then up next on the dev channel, they also are on that chip tune break. Martin's ready to get out there and rave, but they also have managing boundaries, balance, and funding and open source. And then we have open source GitHub Docs, how we're working with the community to build Docs as an interface for code. We recently did open source our Docs, and it is so awesome. But first, let's take a 15-minute break through some GitHub magic. We're going to merge this channel with the play channel so we can all enjoy a DJ set. For this next performance, we welcome Sam Ray and Ilya with their set, 2xAA's Chill Chiptune. Sam is creating the music using a Nano Loop 2 on a Nintendo Game Boy Advance. All audio reactive visuals are coded by Ilya with GLSL shaders in real time. Hey, just a quick note, please be aware this performance has some flashing lights that may not be suitable for those with photosensitivity. So if you have concerns, just enjoy the audio in the background, get your rave on, and we will see you back here in 15 minutes.
And we're back. We've forked back into 2 channels. If you enjoyed the Play channel, feel free to check out what they're on up to there. You know, I've got changed now. Clubbing in suits, it's what I used to do when I had a real job in the city. But I tell you, the very best thing out of 2020 is definitely wearing soft clothes all the time. I noticed you've changed too, Dana.
Yes, in case y'all didn't know, I actually have a second gig, not just working at GitHub. I am Santa's little helper. I've been working super hard this year with Santa Nat to bring all the GitHub presents for you to enjoy, because we got some fantastic releases happening next week, so look out. But less about that and more about what's going on right now. In the Play channel, we have the natural language processing key concepts explained. And remember, if you're flipping between the channels, don't forget, it auto mutes, so do that. And guess what? Speaking of flipping, it looks like, Martin, we have a very special guest joining us that we're going to flip over to now.
Hey, Dana and Martin, we're in the final stretch of GitHub Universe, and I hope the two of you are hanging in there and hydrating. I need whatever coffee Dana is drinking. Join me for the final day of GitHub Universe Highlight Show, where we'll cover all the talks from today across all 4 tracks. We'll show you a little bit of the behind-the-scenes view of what it took to put on GitHub Universe this year, and a little surprise from some people you've gotten to know over the past few days. All this and more starts at 1:15 p.m. Pacific today, so be sure to tune in. Dana and Martin, keep up the excellent work as you always do, and I send it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Carl. There's definitely no keeping up with Dana anyway. So, Dana, what have we got coming up next?
What we have coming up next on Enterprise is open source online DevOps Dojo, Productivity plus with GitHub for mobile, desktop, and CLI. And then on this next session, I love this one. We have optimizing your mono repo experience. We have our very own staff software engineer at GitHub, Derek Stoller. We actually do that every time we talk to Stoley. I'm sure he never gets sick of it. He has a PhD in mathematics from the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. So that's 2 doctors in a row. He works on making GitHub faster for large repos. Don't forget to engage with us on discussions right there at githubuniverse.com/discussions. And don't forget to read the session. We want to hear your feedback. Find the yellow star next to the join discussions on the bottom of this page. Without further ado, take it with Dolly!
Thank you so much for that introduction. And hello, universe. I'm excited to talk to you about how to optimize your monorepo experience. I have a bunch of Git tips that will help you structure your repositories. These will be especially valuable if you're a system architect or otherwise running your engineering system and are already focused on making your developers and CI process more efficient. Before I get too far into the technical details, I want to acknowledge that everything I talk about today is a community effort. Myself, I'm a part of the Git client team at GitHub, where we work to scale Git to the largest repositories ever. There are also contributions from the Git contrib and Git systems teams, and contributions from the wider open source Git community. Let's start by talking about your development ecosystem. Typically, we think about developers producing and consuming source code as the primary actors in the development process. However, we need to think about how that code is delivered to the build and test infrastructure, as well as to production or to customers via releases. Also keep in mind that leadership and other stakeholders are involved in planning and measuring developer outcomes. All these different actors are connected via your Git repository. This includes your local clients, your hosting solution, and the protocol to communicate between them. It's important to note that no one starts with millions of lines of code. Everything starts small. It's as your repository evolves that it grows and continues growing at a faster and faster rate as your team grows. If you started your project in Git, then you likely started small enough that you had no growing pains. You could grow quickly without noticing any changes. However, as you grow large, you start to push the boundaries of what Git can do, or grow in ways Git is not designed for. You start to feel some pushback in terms of slow commands. Then what happens if you continue growing without control? you'll burst the limits of what Git is capable of doing. Now, my team's role is to grow what Git can handle, and we've already done a decent job of handling many scale factors that have historically been blockers. There are still some remaining pain points that we want to address, but we can only do so much when repositories grow too large in some dimensions. Let's also keep in mind that if your repository grew in a different version control system, then perhaps your repository grew in ways that fit that container, but do not fit well into a Git repository. It's important to recognize why you want to migrate to Git, but also which parts of your old version control system are not equivalent in Git. The most important thing I want to communicate today is that your choices matter. You have agency in how your repository is structured and how it grows. Let me drop some universal advice for optimizing your code. Code never gets faster. It can only do fewer things. Whether you're talking about taking an algorithm from order n squared to order n, or just reducing that value of n, everything is about executing fewer instructions or transferring less data. It'll be a reoccurring theme in this talk that I will ask you to reduce the size of your Git repositories, or reduce what you're expecting your Git repositories to do. First, we need to learn more about what Git is doing in the first place. In order to help you on your journey, I'd like to dig into some Git internals that will help us understand some advanced Git features. First, let's talk about Git's object model. That is, how does Git store your data? First, we have an object called commits, which I will denote with circles. Commits represent snapshots in time. As time moves forward, left to right, commits are added, and they point back in time to previous snapshots. Each commit has a single root tree, which is a snapshot of the files and directories directly within the root of your working directory. I will use triangles to represent trees. That root tree contains pointers to other objects, which are trees for the subdirectories and blobs for the files. I will use boxes to represent blobs. Notice the alliteration? Circles for commits, triangles for trees, and boxes for blobs. As we recurse down subdirectories, we expand more trees, which point to other trees and blobs. Finally, we have enough objects to completely describe the working directory expected at this commit. As we walk back in time, we can see other snapshots share some objects with this first snapshot. These shared objects correspond to paths that have the same content between the two versions. This allows Git to efficiently store all of the snapshots without repeating identical content. This is called a Merkle tree representation for all of you blockchain nerds out there. As we continue walking back in history, we can see that every commit has a root tree, and these trees form an interesting directed graph. I will come back to this picture a few times, so let's recall that circles represent commits. These are points in time. Triangles represent trees. These are directories. And boxes represent blobs. These are file contents. When we examine a typical Git repository by object type, we see on the left a typical split by object count. We typically see more trees than any other type, and more blobs than commits because, on average, more than one file is changed per commit. In the middle, we have rectangles representing a good distribution of the size these objects take within the repository. I used the Linux kernel repository as a good example because Git is designed for the kinds of changes done in the kernel. We see that blobs take up a little bit more by proportion than their count. This really relies on most files being plain text source code that change only a few lines at a time. That allows Git to delta compress the blobs very efficiently. On the right, I have what is unfortunately very typical when blobs contain binary assets or generally have large diffs and do not compress well. In fact, this ratio is not even as skewed as would happen if you regularly check in a binary executable. To find out more about how large your repository may be, check out the command line tool Git Sizer. This tool will measure many different dimensions of size in your repository, and also will give an opinion on how problematic that dimension may be. Give it a try today to see if you can quickly identify what's wrong with your repository. Looking back at this object model diagram, it's important to notice that there are arrows from your recent commits following through your older commits and their trees to all of the blobs in your history. This means that those old blobs are still causing you pain today. Think of Sisyphus pushing the rock up the hill, except occasionally he gets a new rock, but all the older rocks are connected by a long chain. He has to pull them all up the hill, making progress even harder as he goes. This is kind of what happens when you regularly check in large binaries into your repository. So naturally, my first recommendation is to remove large blobs from your repository. One way to do this is with Git LFS, stands for large file storage, which removes the large blobs from your Git repository and places them in a secondary storage layer. This allows your Git object database to be more efficient, but you still need to download those large blobs when you do a Git checkout. This means you have hidden the problem somewhat, but it's still there causing you pain. The other way is to take any large binary dependencies and put them into a package management system, such as GitHub Packages. If you need a binary to build or test your software, then only download that binary when that build actually needs it. Cache these binaries locally, but also in a way that a user can easily remove old packages when not needed. Generally, my advice is to use package management whenever possible. However, that might be a difficult ask, so that leads to my next hot take. If you can't review it, then delete it. I mean that if you cannot review the changes to a file within a pull request, then that file does not belong in your Git repository. It can go somewhere else. Remember, Git is designed to hold source code. That means it's really good at plain text documents that change a few lines at a time. You will never be able to review the change in a test data stream or in a binary executable needed for your build. So let's think again about our friend Sisyphus. We want to lighten the load so pushing these rocks isn't so hard. If we manage to remove the large blobs at the tip commit, then Sisyphus can pick up the rock and carry it more easily. However, the Git history still has all of those big blobs slowing them down. A natural thing to consider is to rewrite the Git commit history to not have any of those large blobs anymore. This makes the history much lighter. While this is the best option for optimizing your Git data, it is not always feasible because you will need to transfer all ongoing work to the new history, and your rewritten commits in the new history will probably not build since they depend on those large binary assets. What if we could lighten the weight by keeping the connections to those large blobs, but not downloading those large blobs right away? This is kind of a halfway point between rewriting history and keeping the large files forever. The way to do this in the core Git client is partial clone. By adding the flag --filter equals blob:_none into your git clone command, you enable partial clone. The remote may not understand partial clone, and it might default to a full clone. But the good news is partial clone is enabled on every GitHub repository and in GitHub Enterprise Server 2.22 and later. So go give it a try on your favorite repositories. Let's recall our object model graph. In a full clone, we need every reachable object. That is, if there's an arrow from a needed object to another, then we also need that second object. Partial clone says, don't give me any blobs I don't need. So the initial clone downloads all reachable commits and trees, but skips blobs that are not necessary. When checking out the tip commit, Git makes a second request to find the blobs it needs for that checkout. In the case where blobs make up a huge portion of the Git data, this can reduce your clone size by 10x or more. I would be remiss if I didn't mention an older clone option called shallow clone. Here, not all reachable commits are downloaded. Instead, only the commit at tip and the trees and blobs reachable from the root tree are downloaded. Now, this is less data than a partial clone, but there's a catch. You don't have access to the commit history, so you'll have trouble using things like git log or git merge. In fact, even commands like git fetch will become much slower when run from a shallow clone. This leads me to another hot take. Shallow clones should be thrown away. I'm not saying that shallow clones don't have a purpose, only that shallow clones should exist only for ephemeral builds. For example, if you're using a GitHub Actions public runner, then you can't keep a repository across multiple builds. Instead, you're going to throw away that data anyway, so you might as well use a shallow clone. If you do have your own build machines that keep a repository across multiple builds, then partial clone is an excellent option to optimize your build times in terms of the data they download. After we focused on reducing the necessary data transferred due to your Git history, let's be mindful of the present. let's focus on the working directory at your tip commit. Before a build, your working directory matches exactly what your commit says it should contain. The file contents in your working directory match the blobs it knows about. But after you build, you might have many new files appear that were generated by the build. If these are located inside your working directory, then Git needs to inspect them and determine that they are not actually interesting. This is typically done via .gitignore files. The more files your build generates, the more work Git needs to do in order to run git status or git add. Git needs to start walking directories to discover which files are new or modified. As it walks, it discovers all of these build files and compares them against the .gitignore patterns. This leads to a lot of extra work that Git needs to do, even to report a clean git status. This leads to my next hot take: gitignore files should be tiny. The gitignore feature uses an extremely flexible pattern recognition format, and the issue here is that the paths must be checked against these patterns one by one in order. This can lead to quadratic growth in the pattern recognition algorithm. We recommend that to improve the situation, you should push all of your build time outputs out of your working directory. My projects typically clone into a repo/src directory. The src directory contains the .git directory, which indicates it is the root of my Git repository. Anything outside this directory is not considered by Git to be part of the repo, so they don't need to be part of the .gitignore files. Your build system might have an out directory for files it generates, while a different directory contains packages downloaded from external sources, such as npm or NuGet. Speaking of builds, having developers wait on builds is an age-old problem. You really want developers to be able to stay focused and not get distracted while waiting for an automated task. For really large repositories, it is critical to have a way for a developer working on a small slice of the repository to not need to build the entire cone. One pattern I've seen and recommend is to use a flywheel pattern where multiple modules or services within your monorepo depend on some common code, but don't need each other to build. A way to make this possible is to have clear implementation contract boundaries. To build each service, we only need to know the contract that the other services provide, not their implementation. This can drastically speed up builds for individual developers, while allowing build machines to handle the integration scenario in CI and PR builds. So if you have such a structure to your build system, then why would a developer need this full working directory? Instead, a developer could focus their Git repository on only the files they need in order to do their own work and their own builds. In sparse checkout, the Git sparse checkout feature allows us to focus the working directory only to the files necessary for each role in your engineering team. Just some quick pointers to using the sparse checkout feature. You can initialize a sparse checkout in an existing repository with git sparse checkout init --cone. You can set the sparse checkout definition using git sparse checkout set and listing the directories you care about. You can also add directories in batches, and you can disable sparse checkout quickly to get back to a full working directory. For more information, I recommend my blog post about the sparse checkout feature. Now let's combine our earlier recommendation of partial clones with a sparse checkout. If we run the clone command here at the bottom, it contains the partial clone flag, the sparse flag, and will clone into an src directory. The end result is we get this object database, where we have all reachable commits and trees, and the only blobs are those immediately in the root of the working directory. By adding a subdirectory we care about to the sparse checkout definition, we see that Git adds those blobs within those directories, but not the directories outside. This allows users to have a much smaller footprint when working with their repositories. However, I must now lean upon you. We built the sparse checkout feature to help users who are in the situation of not needing the full working directory, if they have it set up to do so. Someone needs to tell Git which directories are important. This means that there's a connection missing between your build system and sparse checkout. How can we integrate sparse checkout into existing build systems? I'm calling on you to build this and contribute it to your community. Hopefully, you've learned a trick or two about Git today and recognize how problems you are already solving to speed up your builds have parallels to speed up your Git operations. If you use all of these features, then you are truly at the forefront of Git at scale. You are leading the way. As you lead the way, you'll be well poised to take advantage of new Git features as they come out. Keep up to date with the latest by following the GitHub blog. We regularly update the community on new Git features that come out with every release. We do deep dives on important features and have some other important content as well. For example, I wanted to leave you with a teaser of an upcoming Git feature, background maintenance. We are working to deliver the ability to easily schedule maintenance on your Git repositories in the background, so you never get blocked on a Git GC auto again. This will keep your repositories running smoothly without blocking user-facing commands. So look forward to this coming soon. And now you might be thinking, that was a lot of new information. Well, I personally think everyone who takes the time to become a Git expert will reap rewards in their productivity. There's not always enough time in the day to learn all the things you want to learn. Add on top the burden of trying to keep up with the latest Git features and evaluating them for yourself, and there's even less time. What if there was an easier way? Well, the good news is that the Scalar project might be able to help. Scalar is a thin wrapper around Git that helps you set up repositories that have already opted in to the latest and greatest features. You can go to the GitHub page to see the source code and installation instructions for Windows, Mac OS, and now Linux. Most users would be interested in using the Scalar clone command, which creates your repo in a dedicated SRC directory. It defaults to partial clone, so you don't have to remember the special syntax. It defaults to a sparse checkout, so you keep your initial download as small as possible. And it sets up background maintenance for you. It already has that feature. Finally, it initializes some other recommended advanced Git config settings. Some of these are really deep cuts. Further, as the new versions of Git come out, we update Scalar to take advantage of the latest Git features and update your repositories automatically with that upgrade. So go and give it a try today. Thank you so much for your time. Now get out there and optimize. Thanks.
It sounds like some sort of song. We should definitely do that, but we don't need to see us rapping. That would be very cringe. So we've got a few questions coming in on the discussions forum. If you want to head on over to githubuniverse.com/discussions. A big shout out actually to the Git team inside of GitHub who've been answering a bunch of these questions already. We've got Johannes there and Matt as well, so that's brilliant. But a question from Dana. Guess who this question is from? Have a guess. Go on.
I don't know. Our number one question asker of the day, Ices.
Yeah, that's right. Ian's been asking
the
question. Yeah, that works. Yeah, Ian TT's. Anyway, what's the largest mono repo you've ever seen, Stoli?
Oh, well, my team, part of our job is to support the Microsoft Windows and Microsoft Office mono repos. And those are, when you check out at the tip, they have 3 million files. So this all this concept of really narrowing what files you need, it comes from the experience of those two repos really needing that, because otherwise developers couldn't get anything done.
Wow, that is crazy huge. I mean, it's hard. Mono repos are hard. And I'm just so glad that we're giving these tips out there on how to optimize it. Because just because you have a mono repo or a monolith doesn't mean it has to be slowed. It doesn't mean that everybody has to be waiting. I love that you said, to check out more about sparse checkout. And I know you mentioned in this talk, but where are some places people can go read up on that? You did say your blog post, but what other resources can people learn more about sparse checkout, Stoli?
Yeah, my favorite place is to go to the official Git documentation at git-sem.com. And that includes all the things about how to work with the built-ins for the command line interface, but it also includes some kind of philosophy of what's going on and gives you a high-level view of how to design these sparse checkouts. And we continually are working to improve that documentation. That way, everyone in the community will benefit. You don't have to just go to a GitHub blog post to get this. You can go to the official Git documentation.
That's great. I know I hadn't heard of Scalar before your talk, Stoli. So I was wondering, would you be able to dig in a little bit, like what the history is behind Scalar? Who's using it? Like, is this a battle-tested thing that we can try out, or is this kind of like a a hobby project ran by a few people in a back room somewhere.
Right. Well, Scalar is a relatively new project. We launched it in February of this year, but it is kind of battle tested because it is generally forked from our previous project, VFS for Git, which is how Windows was able to get onto their monorepo onto Git. But we noticed when we were moving Office in the same way onto VFS for Git that they didn't need the virtualized file system part of that. They could rely on sparse checkout instead. And so we built Scalar specifically so that they could take advantage of that in this kind of painless way. Like their developers just run Scalar clone and they're good to go. They don't need to worry about how to do a partial clone or how to set up sparse checkout. It's already handled for them. And so they've been really using it. They have moved on to it. And even just this month, they have moved completely off of VFS for Git, to the best of my knowledge, and onto Scalar. And so we are definitely working to make that be a really robust feature for them and anyone else who's interested in participating.
Yeah, that's really good because
Awesome.
obviously the Office team are using a lot of Mac development. You don't expect that, and so with things like Catalina and stuff, having that, not being able to hook into the file system in the same way and having that virtual file system, it's really lucky that we could do that. So yeah, no, that's awesome. Hey Dana, any other questions coming in through the discussions?
We got another question for you, Stoli, and they want to know, and I guess this is an opinion question. I don't know. What are the worst repos to host and why? I don't know if there's any bad repos personally. I think all repos are good repos, just like humans. But in your opinion, from a technical perspective, what are some of the repos that may not be the best? And can you tell us why you think so?
Well, I've got good news for you. There's an entire talk about the worst repositories to host on GitHub from a few years back on Git Merge. So go look for that on YouTube. But generally, the things that are, they're very clearly abusive, like pushing every second, and having hundreds of people pushing to simultaneously is always a problem. But also, if you just start like trying to put in movies, these huge binary assets that don't diff at all, and trying to use Git as a database, that is obviously going to be a red flag of, hey, somebody's not using this the way Git is intended.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Have I got time for one more question there, Dana? Is that all right? I was just
yeah, go for it, man.
It's again an opinion question. You talked about the sparse checkout stuff, but I've seen a lot of projects, like Android and things like that. They're using submodules to solve this problem when they're a large monorepo. So, quite often you think with submodules, like regex, if you use a submodule to solve a problem, now you've just got two problems kind of thing. But what's your opinion on submodules? And, how does that differ from using, say, something like sparse checkout?
Right. Submodules, just like shallow clones, have a very focused use that is what they were designed for, which is I have an external dependency of a repo I don't control, but I need it as a source dependency in my repo. And I have questions about why you need that as a source dependency versus a binary like linking dependency. But that's, sometimes people have to do that. But I think people, specifically Android, a lot of it was they use submodules as a mechanism to scale. You needed a large repository, but the sparse checkout wasn't available. And yeah, you want to split it up into these things. Modules can give you that, I'm going to select the components I care about. And so in some ways, that was the best you could do 10 years ago. But I think that Git has improved significantly in order to support monorepos where it's one tree and you don't need the submodule complications.
Heck yeah. You know what, Stoli, you are just a wealth of information. I still remember my move from Tortoise SVN into Git, and it's been such an awesome adventure to just follow the community. And you know what, not feel so much like a Git noob, But just remember, y'all, that Stoli will be available for the next 30 minutes in discussions to answer all your questions about Git and how to optimize your mono repo or anything else. You can ask him why we call him Stoli. Thank you again, Stoli, for being here today. And thank you and the rest of the Git community for all the hard work that you've done for us. We really appreciate it.
Hey everybody, so we've got 4 channels to check out still today. There's the Dev channel, the University channel, and the Play channel, just for fun. Now, right now, you're in the Enterprise channel, and we're here putting the entertainment in Enterprise and giving you prizes for being on the enterprise channel, kind of. That's not legally binding. Feel free to pop in and out to the other channels. Remember to hit the unmute button as you come in and out of them. And also, I've been seeing on Twitter, we posted our custom Octocats over on Twitter earlier on in the week, and I've been seeing loads of really cool ones come in. You can make your own in the swag shop at myoctocat.com, and then please share your creation with us if you send it to at GitHub on Twitter, or if you use the hashtag GitHub Universe. That'd be fantastic. And don't forget as well, if you click on that same More tab up in the top corner, check out the Spotify playlist, which has got tracks from all the artists in the Play channel, along with some special tracks picked by us hosts. So little thing, can you spot which track's mine? Can you spot Dana's? Let us know what you think at GitHub on Twitter. Happening now on the Dev channel, we have an amazing session again from the overperforming Kath, who's going to be doing open sourcing GitHub Docs. Not content with hosting, she's got to hog that limelight for yet another 30 minutes and do a whole session on open sourcing the docs. But it's a great topic, so make check out that session. And on the Play channel, we have You're the Art, how to make great AR art experiences. Woo, that should be good. But over here on the Enterprise channel, stay tuned, because I don't know if you might not have heard of DXC. They're like one of these amazingly massive companies that you've probably not heard of, unless you're in the tech space, which a lot of us are. So DXC are going to come and talk to us about the online DevOps dojo. So this talk is going to take you through this new version control module that DXC have recently open sourced from their internal online DevOps dojo. And giving that talk for us is Chris Swan. Chris is a fellow, a VP, not a fellow VP yet, sadly, despite being one of the top 16 executives to watch, according to Business Insider, but hey, maybe one day. He's also the CTO of Modern Apps and Cloud Native at DXC Technology, and cloud editor at InfoQ, where he talks about Raspberry Pi and does Arduino tinkering as well. Remember to engage on discussions. If you head on over to githubuniverse.com/discussions to get involved and ask questions, we've got tons of experts helping out in there all day long. And also, don't forget to rate this session. We really value your feedback. Find the yellow star next to the join discussion on the bottom of this page. Without further ado, let's start the session with on open source online DevOps Dojo. Takes it away.
Hi there. So thanks for that very kind intro. It touched upon DXC, which is a company that some people have heard of, but not everybody. So I thought I'd start out by just briefly introducing the company to give you an idea of the things that we do, which will set the scene for what we've been doing in terms of this DevOps dojo. So at DXC, we run the mission critical IT systems for thousands of companies across the planet. And we talk about ourselves as a full stack services company. So that's represented here. And so on the right-hand face, it's showing the types of services that we do. So IT outsourcing, modern workplace, cloud and security, applications, and then finally analytics and engineering. And then on the left face, it's going through all of the industries that we serve. And there's really too many for me to spend time running through right now, but you can see there's a whole range of industries there. Just to kind of call out some of the things about scale, the number of employees that we've got worldwide is over 138,000. And in our delivery organization, which was the target for a lot of this DevOps Dojo training that we've been developing, that's over 100,000 employees. And then looking at the applications area that I now focus on, 65,000 application professionals. So we've got a lot of people to do upskilling with, and that's become a huge challenge for us. So I want to briefly talk through the history of the dojo. And we started out in 2016 with an infrastructure as code workshop. So this was something that was based in our enterprise GitHub, and it was just 3 modules. So we were getting people through doing their first pull request using GitHub. They were doing their first playbook on a config management tool. and building their first CI and CD pipelines using Jenkins. And I had a team of people going all over the planet delivering these workshops. They would typically take about half a day. And it was designed to be viral as well, so that people who'd taken the workshop could go back and teach another one with their colleagues. And at the end of the year, we'd had something north of 1,000 people had gone through that workshop, which in one way was great. But if we looked at the overall size of the challenge, kind of getting tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people through the workshop, it was a little bit too much. It was going to take too many lifetimes for us to get there. So in 2017, we took that infrastructure as code workshop and turned it into our first online DevOps dojo. So we built this on top of a platform called Katacoda. It was right at the start of 2017. I was at the Monkey Grower event run by the Red Monk analysts, and bumped into Luke Marsden there, who was at Weaveworks at the time, and he showed me the samples and examples and demos that he'd built to show off what Weaveworks was doing using Katacoda. And I kind of saw that and thought, wow, this is going to be the thing that'll let me take this workshop and make it web scale. So we took the workshop and put it onto Katacoda, and that then allowed us to address what's subsequently become 28,000 people across the organization. Then 2018, an innersource team had started to form around this, and they had lots of plans about more advanced topics to address. And so from the white belt, we grew the yellow belt, and there were so many modules that the team wanted to build. We split it down into different stripes. So on our internal learning management system, there's a yellow belt stripe 1, a yellow belt stripe 2. Then later on, they also had some ideas about doing different types of dojo. So we've built things like the product management dojo, which is intended to help people who've traditionally been in project management roles think about the difference of doing product management. And then we'd always planned to do this, and we finally got there this year. We've taken some of the modules out of Yellow Belt and turned those into our open source online DevOps dojo. And that's one of the modules I'm going to be walking through today. So you might be wondering, where can I find the dojo? And I'll post these links into the discussions as soon as I'm done with this. But the easiest way is simply to search for DXE Online DevOps Dojo. That should turn up at least one of these links. And so I'm going to be diving into the homepage in just a moment, which is there on GitHub pages. And you can see also links there to the source code that's running on the Katacoda platform, and then the source for the GitHub pages presenting the environment that we've wrapped around that. When you get there, you're going to see a web page that looks something like this. And so it's introducing the storyline behind the dojo. So we do a lot of stuff with continuous delivery pipelines, and those pipelines need to be built around applications. And so for that, we've used the Spring Pet Clinic application because it gives us a sort of flexible and well battle-tested sample app that we can do interesting things with. But to complement that, we've built a cast of characters and a storyline about the pet clinic and the people that are working there. And you can see here, we've got a cast of characters that's inspired by Gene Kim's Phoenix project and Unicorn project, with Charlie the CEO, Chun the coach, Paolo the product manager, Brenda the business, Hal the hacker, Serena the security officer, and Adam the system administrator, etc. And that list of characters carries on. And then finally, we get to the modules themselves. So it begins with a story in setup, and that is all about getting the Pet Clinic app into your own GitHub user so that you can start doing things with it, and also setting up the bot that's going to be used as part of the version control module. So I'm now going to jump into a screen share and get to the version control module itself. And so I'm going to launch Git version control module, and that tab is now going to take me into the Katacoda platform. And all of the Katacoda modules begin with a splash screen like this. You can see that the estimated time for running this module is 30 minutes. As I glance at the clock, I've only got about 13 minutes left for my slot, so this is going to be a bit of a speed run. So I'm going to hit the Start Scenario button here, and that's taking me into the Katacoda platform. And what you can see is on the left-hand side, I've got a storyline, which is telling me what's going on. And then on the right-hand side, I've got a shell where I can actually run commands. And one of the things that's useful here is this is a real live container-based environment. So people can come here and ski off-piste from the modules and try things out in the safety of the training environment, should they want to do that. I'm going to stick for the script for the time being. And so here the script's explaining the sort of scene set on why some changes need to be made and why Git is being used to track them, and GitHub is being used for the collaboration around that. And so it's telling me that the team's choosing a branching model. And if I press continue, it's going to take me then into the section of the storyline where I can start actually interacting with the environment. So we begin with this preparation script, and that takes me into a place where it's asking for me to paste in a GitHub token. I've just added a -s there so I can paste that in without it being echoed to the screen, because we don't want the GitHub personal access token to be shared during a demo. But normally, it would be probably not too much of a problem for that to be echoed on the screen there. You can see as well that my editor at the top of the screen has sprung to life here as the Pet Clinic repo has been copied into place. And I'm going to be using that in just a moment to make some changes to the Pet Clinic application. So we're now getting into the user story, and it's starting to give me some steps. And that user story is in GitHub issues, so we could go and take a look at that. But following the steps that are being outlined here, we begin by getting into that Pet Clinic repo. And I could type that out manually, but Katacoda gives me the lazy option of just clicking on the button, and that's going to run the command there for me. And then I can do the same to check out a branch, which I'm going to call US Horse 1. And it's now time to make some changes. So it's telling me to navigate into this source, main, resources, database, HSQL, and the data SQL. And I then need to go to line 23 and add an extra line. So let's do that. So I've added the text for horse, and I've put the different index there for it. And that's all set to go. So if I now run git branch, I can see that I'm on the US1 horse branch. And if I run git status, I can see that I've modified the file. So there's a live update happening from that editor above the terminal. So the change is made, but I now need to add it, commit it, and push it. So the usual procedure here, I'll do a git add. I can then do git status again and see that I've got the modified turned green. I'm now going to do a git commit, adding a comment that I've added support for horses in the database. So that's happened. And then finally, I'm going to do a push, and that's going to then get it up into GitHub where I can switch over and start doing some collaboration around that. So this is a really basic introduction, but kind of takes us past what we were originally doing in White Belt, because at this stage, we're now getting into more of a collaborative interaction with the bot, rather than people just merging their own pull requests, which is what we'd originally done. So now I'm at the stage to do a pull request, and it's telling me to go into GitHub and into my Pet Clinic repo. Well, I left that open earlier on, and I can see that it's all automatically picked up that I've just pushed a change. So let's take that into a pull request. I'm just going to accept the defaults here and create that pull request. And sort of normal stuff happening here in terms of mergeability. but I'm not going to just click merge there because the storyline has us going somewhere else. So we're simulating peer review here with the bot. And so what I need to do is ask Paolo, the product manager, if he can do that peer review. So let's take that and paste it in. And I didn't get the copy there. Try again. All right, let's just do it the manual way. Okay, so Paolo's come straight back to me and said that it's all looking good on the horse, but they want to add pony to it as well. So I need to go and make some more changes. And so let's jump back into the editor here, and I can make that change. All right, so that's the changes made. And as before, we can do git status. We can add the file, do a commit saying that we're taking Paolo's comments into account, and then push that back up. And let's ask Paolo if he's good with the pony being added. So that's already been pushed, and let's see if that does it for us. And I might not have quite got the language right there, so I need to say, can you check now? And he's done the looks good to me and is saying that he's merging the pull request, and we can see that the bot has taken care of that merge. So that takes us pretty much to the end of the interactive parts of the module. We kind of close out here by saying that the user story is ongoing, and there's more still to be done with the underlying issues. If I glance at my third screen, I can see emails popping in about that merge has already taken place. And I could continue now, and it's giving me the congratulations splash screen and inviting me to carry on with Dojo. So at this stage, I'm going to go back to my slides and jump out of the screen share. Now, one of the things that happens quite frequently is people run into trouble as they're going through the modules, and that can be problems with the underlying platform. It can be issues with just their browser or something like that. And it can sometimes be, especially with Jenkins, issues around plugins having drifted away from behavior that we're expecting. So we've got the Get Help button that people can use. And when they press that, that's taking them into GitHub issues, where we've got, as you can see, a pre-populated form that's allowing people to tell us about what they see going wrong, how we can reproduce that, and what they're expecting to be different, and maybe even add in some screenshots. So anybody trying this out, if you have any problems with it, then please feel free to raise an issue. The original innersource team that developed this internally is kind of now on the hook for answering these issues and dealing with the pull requests, which they're sort of long accustomed to now, because that's the exact same process that we've been using for the internal Dojo modules. So I kind of close out now with our call to action. and it's really three parts. The first part of the call to action is please try the dojo. It's been open sourced so that it's there for everybody in the community to use. We did that because we thought it was something that was going to be useful to our customers and our partners, but more broadly to the DevOps community. So please tell other people if you like it. And if you find problems, then please raise an issue with us if you don't like it. Tell us what could be made better. The second part of the call to action is to please contribute. So we're happy to take pull requests. This is one of the things that's really helped us polish up the modules as we've been using the platform internally. Is people spot things that they'd like to improve, and they let us know about it through the medium of pull request. And some folk sort of early on in our journey were coming along to the dojo, and often they'd been pushed by the manager to do it, and thought that the whole thing was a waste of their time. And as soon as they got involved with it, they were kind of, okay, I can see the point of this now, but I kind of hate these bits, or this thing could be made better. And so many of those people contributed internally, and we did that through their PRs. But a lot of them also became part of the innersource community that's helped us make this better and broadened out the range of modules that we had. Then finally, if you think something like this is going to be useful to you, but you want it to be different, then feel free to fork it. We chose the Mozilla Public License version 2 because we didn't want a super liberal license that was going to allow the content that we've got here to be just taken by our competitors and blatantly ripped off. So we just wanted a license that made sure that DXE had some kind of acknowledgement for originally creating these. But we really do hope that it's useful to other organizations, and they can potentially build that around their own tool chains. So we've originally done this with our enterprise GitHub and some of our practices around that, and our own use of Jenkins and some of the associated tools. But we're moving some of our own stuff to GitHub Actions and making changes there. And we understand that other orgs have kind of different approaches to doing stuff. And so part of what we kind of expect people to doing with forks is adapting to the different tool chains that they prefer within those organizations. All right, then. Well, thank you very much for your time. I think we're now going into questions. So what else can I tell you about the Online DevOps Dojo?
Thank you so much, Chris. And thank you to the DXC team for open sourcing the Online DevOps Dojo. I know a lot of companies ask me all the time, like, how do I get started on this journey? Or maybe I've been like a feature developer and I don't know really how all this new DevOps stuff works. It's awesome to have this out there. So we have time for just one question, unfortunately. So I'm going to throw this one at you, Chris. The audience wants to know, do you have any plan to open source any more modules? They're loving the modules you have out there. Do y'all have any plans coming up to give some more out?
Yeah, we do. So we originally launched with 5 modules, and we've already actually added a couple around value stream mapping and DevOps Kaizen. And so they're already available. We're kind of looking at the existing portfolio of modules that we've got in Stripe 1 and Stripe 2 and thinking about which other ones would be most valuable to the community. And we've also got ideas about Stripe 3. And so as we build out Stripe 3, and I'm thinking things like maybe documentation and documentation as code and using GitHub Pages is one of my own personal sort of hot topics. Taking that module and adding it to the open source module should be pretty straightforward.
That's fantastic. Looking forward to it, Chris. And I just want to, before we go over to the next section, I just want to, thank DXE on behalf of GitHub just for, you're a massive company and IP is at the core of your business. And so I know it's like a non-trivial business decision to kind of give some of that IP out to the world. So I just want to, just say how much we appreciate sharing the knowledge and the training that you've been building up with the community inside of DXE and kind of sharing that with the wider community. And yeah, just thank you very much for giving back. And, we really appreciate it. So thank you very much for your time. Remember, Chris is going to be in discussions for the next 30 minutes. So if you've got any questions about the dojo courses, if you've got any other questions about how he's doing that and how the team are doing that, then head on over to githubuniverse.com/discussions. But that was fantastic. Thank you, Chris. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Okay, well, we've got a great video coming up now. Just recently, we had the STARS Nova conference, which was a kind of an internal invite conference for our top GitHub stars. And at that STARS conference, the woman that won the the Community Builder of the Year award was a woman called Gina Hoyska. And Gina's got a quick video now that she's going to tell us all about the STARS program and what it means to her.
Hi, my name is Gina Heuske, and I'm a software architect and also the project lead and main developer of a little project called Octoprint. Octoprint is an open source web interface for 3D printers that I created back in 2012 and which I've been maintaining ever since. And I am actually able to work on it full-time, 100% crowdfunded by the community, which is something that I never expect would work and which is, an absolutely awesome adventure. Coding has always been one of my passions since very early childhood, I gotta say. And once I got access to the internet, I started sharing all the little tools and apps that I created on there. And over the course of this, also learned about open source licenses, what they mean, what kind of things they allow and not allow, and the whole principles behind them, like sharing, open and free sharing of knowledge and giving back and all that. And at the same time, I also started then contributing to the one or other project, and it was simply just fun, and I kept doing that over the years and started my own. So I just gradually descended into this community and got hooked on it even before I even knew it was a thing, you could say. GitHub has enabled me to easily and efficiently also contribute to existing open source projects, as well as allowed me to collaborate with people from all over the world on my own projects. It has turned Git, the version control system, kind of mainstream, even to a point where people sometimes sadly confuse Git with GitHub and think they are the same thing or something. And while I personally think that it is very important to have decentralized repository and code storage, which Git by its nature kind of enforces, because every cloned repository is its own full-featured repository itself, and that no single company or no single platform should have total control over all the projects out there. I also think that having something like a global development hub that, GitHub de facto has made it extremely easy for people to enter the world of open source development and also take their first steps in there. And also to, in general, collaborate and contribute, because, you just have to understand how the GitHub issue tracker works, how pull requests work, and that just translates to such a huge number of projects then that it simply has sped up contributing so much in my personal experience. So that is pretty much what GitHub means to me. It has become this huge enabler of open source development. I recently have been made a GitHub star, and I'm very, very humbled still about that. And it's really amazing to get this kind of recognition for my work over the years. And I really hope to be able to help improve the platform as a whole through my feedback and my insight. And what I also hope to achieve a bit is making open source, female open source maintainers like myself a bit more visible overall, because sadly still the general stereotype of does open source must be male still persists strongly in the community and sometimes frankly drives me up the wall. With regards to what GitHub features I love, I will admit that I've fallen completely for GitHub Actions. I currently view them a bit as a hammer to every single nail that I encounter in the development space. when it comes to continuous integration or automation of any kind. And I really enjoy using them because they make it extremely easy to quickly get results and reusable ones to boot. And another GitHub feature that I really love is the extremely well-documented API, as it has enabled me to easily interact with GitHub when necessary in the past and present. So I built a bunch of tooling to help me with issue management. I also utilize the API in order to offer some kind of OTA notifications when a new release of my project is pushed, stuff like that. And that is really, really awesome to be able to do. With regards to features on my wish list for GitHub, I would say that, I really wish that the issue tracker was a bit more dynamic or flexible with regards to allowing me to define fields that have to be filled in, maybe with some pre-filled options for components, for example, which are bug effects or something like that, checkboxes that have to be set. And if they have not been set, then the ticket cannot be submitted. Same for log files that have to be uploaded, or the ticket cannot be submitted, because right now I have this issue template that gets pre-filled, but a lot of people just delete it. And it is a bit of a wall of text because it explains in detail where to find the information that I'm asking for, because otherwise my experience has been that people just ask, but where do I find that? And then I have to continuously explain it again. And this wall of text actually now has people scared people a bit. So that is also not the perfect solution. And also trying to validate issues that are submitted with a bot after the fact is also a bit of a frustrating experience for users, because they just submitted this thing and sent it off and thought everything was fine. And our bot comes and tells them, hey, by the way, this is not a bug report or not a complete bug report. We need this, and this information. It would be nice if this if there was some way, maybe via YAML front matter or something like that, for me to define some kind of form that has to be filled in. And instead of this free-form text box that is a bit overwhelming to many people. Apart from that, let me just say to everyone working on GitHub, please just keep being awesome and listening to your users. You have a stellar track record for this over the past couple of years. And I'm just looking forward excitedly to what might still come. Thank you. Bye.
Damn, Gina, thank you. Thank you so much for all your amazing stuff that you've contributed to the open source community and the maintainership that you give us. You truly are a star. But happening right now in the dev channel, we have GitHub Loves NPM and on Play Under the Hood with Neural Synthesis. But let me tell you about what's happening right now here. In this next session, we have Productivity Plus with GitHub for mobile, desktop, and CLI. And speaking to us is Mr. Billy Griffin, Staff Engineering Manager at GitHub, CTO at Base Directory, the most accurate and up-to-date base directory for every military base in the country, from one veteran to another. Thank you for your service, Billy. And Base Directory team even got to visit the White House with Obama. What? I only got to see him on stage. That's so badass. Don't forget, you can engage with us on discussions at githubuniverse.com/discussions and give us your feedback and rate this session. That's right. You can find the little yellow star next to the join the discussion page on the bottom. Without further ado, take it away, Billy.
Thanks so much for that wonderful intro. All the hosts are cracking me up, and I've been loving all the talks over the past few days. I'm Billy Griffin, and I'm part of the team that builds GitHub's client applications, more specifically GitHub CLI, desktop, and mobile. We've shipped a lot of stuff in the past year to bridge the gaps we've encountered, and GitHub Mobile and GitHub CLI are brand new this year as a result of feedback from our users. This talk is called Productivity++, and I want to share with you how these GitHub apps can help you be more productive and make building things on GitHub more fun. So why should you even care about being productive? Well, it helps you get more done when you're working and provides you more flexibility so you can find a better balance between doing your best work and finding space for life outside of work. When I think about productivity, there are 3 themes that I like to focus on. Productivity, from our perspective at GitHub, is about helping you reduce context switching, helping you focus on what matters most to you, and bringing GitHub to wherever you are. You may not have heard, but GitHub has a new command line interface, or CLI. It just came out of beta 2 months ago. But if you love GitHub and you do anything at all from your terminal, you should totally be using it. To illustrate why, let's walk through a scenario to help demonstrate how GitHub CLI, or GH, helps you reduce context switching. We'll start by using GitHub CLI to find all issues assigned to me with the command ghIssueList -- assignee Billy Griffin, which is my super original GitHub handle. Here we can see that there are 3 issues assigned to me. Next, let's take a closer look at that first one using ghIssueView. With this, we can see a lot more detail about the issue: the author, how long it's been open, any labels, and most importantly, we can read through the body of the issue and find out a little bit more about what's going on. After taking a closer look, this looks like something I can probably fix. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Works on my machine, so we'll call it fixed. When we're ready to share our work and get feedback, it's time to create a pull request. And you can do so right from GitHub CLI using ghpr create. You can add the title for your PR and choose from the PR templates for your repo. In this case, we fixed a bug, so let's pick the bug fix template. But it's important to note that any templates for your repo will be populated in this list to choose from. And we can even fill out a more detailed PR body using our preferred editor and write in Markdown. And when we're all done, we can add metadata like labels and assignees if we want, or even preview our PR in the browser prior to submitting it. In this case, especially since our goal is to reduce context switching, we'll just go ahead and submit it right here from our terminal. And our PR is submitted. We get this nice link as output if we want to go check it out in the browser, or we can move on to whatever's next. Now that I've created my PR, it's time to check in on the status of other PRs in the repo that might need my attention. We'll use ghpr status to do just that. I love this overview that PR status gives me, with approval and check status right in my terminal. Let's go ahead and check out the one where someone has requested my review. How do I check out that PR locally again? I don't know if you're anything like me, but I always forget how to check a PR out in Git. According to the Stack Overflow answer, after furiously Googling every single time, I guess I need to look up the PR number, the branch name, and then remember a couple steps in Git. Well, maybe I'm destined to have to look this up every single time, wasting precious time and energy on something so trivial. But instead of that back and forth, or needing to go to the browser at all, I can just take the PR number that I saw in ghpr status and use GH to check out the PR. This also sets up the branch locally, so I'll be able to just push to the branch using git push without having to do anything extra in Git. Now I want to take a quick look at what's changed in the PR to orient myself and see how complex it is. I can do that with ghpr diff. Here we can see what's changed, just like the Files Change tab on github.com's PR page. Especially for smaller PRs that don't have a ton of files or changes, this is a great way to quickly get your arms around what a PR is doing without having to leave your terminal. And if everything looks good, we can go ahead and approve the PR right here in our terminal. And there we go, it's approved. Now that the PR is approved and good to go, we can even merge. GitHub CLI allows you to merge in whatever way works best for you or your project, as we know preferences and norms differ across projects. So if you're the type of person who always rebases or always squashes and merges, then you can do that right here. And if your project mandates one or the other, it's no problem at all. And say goodbye to all those branches just hanging around on merged PRs that are still open. GitHub CLI allows you to optionally delete the branch on GitHub and on your local machine, so you can avoid having to go back and clean up after yourself later. And now we're ready to submit. Now the PR is merged, our branches are deleted, and we're back on the main branch. And finally, when everything is in a good place and we're ready to share what we've built with the world, we can use GitHub CLI to create a GitHub release. It walks you through the steps just like the PR creation flow did. And just like that, we completed the full workflow end to end, from finding an issue to work on to releasing software without ever having to leave our terminal. In addition to supporting end-to-end workflows, as we just walked through together, GitHub CLI is also incredibly flexible, allowing you to customize it to suit your own needs. For example, one of our community contributors shared how they combined the alias command with the API command to view all draft PRs for a repo using GH. You can use the same pattern to build custom aliases for anything you can do with the GitHub API. So if GH doesn't have it, go ahead and add it for yourself. As another example of just this, let's take the command we started out with to list all the issues assigned to me. So instead of having to type all that out each time, it's a pretty verbose command. We can just alias it to a command. Let's call it ghmyissues. And our alias is added. And now that we have that alias available, we can run the ghmyissues command and get the exact same output we saw earlier. Improving your productivity isn't just about getting the most work done. To stay at your best, you also need to take breaks and get out into nature. GitHub CLI has you covered for that too, with your repo's very own garden, customized with each commit as a wildflower. Whenever I'm having a tough day at work, or when I'm confronted with a particularly tough challenge, I love to spend some time by the stream, check out my wildflowers, and just unwind with GH Repo Garden. It's a delightful experience, and I hope you'll try it out too. Moving on to our second theme, we'll talk about how GitHub's apps help you focus on what matters most to you. And like we did with GitHub CLI in the first theme, we'll use GitHub Desktop to illustrate how you can do just that. If you're unfamiliar with GitHub Desktop, it's a graphical user interface, or GUI, that makes it easier to work with your GitHub repositories on your local machine. If you haven't tried it, or haven't tried it recently, I'd encourage you to do so, as major improvements over the past few years have led to GitHub Desktop recently crossing 1 million users monthly. Git is an incredibly powerful tool that enables you to do so much, but in the words of my colleague Mislav, Git is simply too hard. GitHub Desktop takes all of the complexity of Git and distills it into the most important things, so you can easily overcome those points of friction and focus on what matters most to allow you to build the most amazing things. Remember how we talked about how cumbersome it is to check out a PR in Git? Well, from any PR page, you can check it out locally in Desktop with just one click. And similarly, from any repo page, you can clone the repo and get set up locally in Desktop just by clicking Open with GitHub Desktop. So now we've cloned the repo, we've made some changes, and with other tools, those changes are pretty transparent to you or require you to navigate somewhere else to see them. GitHub Desktop instead just puts the changes you just made right in front of you in a gorgeous diff. And if you prefer split diffs to unified diffs, GitHub Desktop has you covered there too. A feature I absolutely love on GitHub is protected branches. It helps ensure you don't accidentally push to a branch. One thing we'd see people do in Git, though, is committing to a protected branch locally and then realizing they have to move those commits to another branch just to be able to push them. GitHub Desktop helps you avoid that pain by gently nudging you to switch to a different branch prior to committing. Similarly, I struggle with stashing in Git. I'll often have like 30 stashes just hanging around, and I have no idea what's actually in any of them. And it's too cumbersome to go look at them individually. So eventually, all that work just gets abandoned. GitHub Desktop makes stashing visible. If you're in the middle of a feature and your coworker asks you to take a quick look at their branch, you can just choose to leave your changes behind. And when you come back, the changes are right there for you. And you can decide whether you'd like to restore them to pick up where you left off, or discard them and start anew. In the vein of not having to remember to do things in a particular order, Desktop allows you to do a chunk of work, and then afterward gives you the ability to organize your commits however you'd like by simply selecting a set of lines to include in each of your commits. In this case, Amanda's first commit is one set of lines in a file, and then her second commit is this another set of lines. So you can organize your commits however you'd like after the fact. One thing that's important is to make sure you stay up to date with changes from the default branch, so you're not diverging too much. I've shown you several features within the UI, but another thing I love about desktop is that once you understand what's possible, there are keyboard shortcuts for most actions. So with just a couple key presses, we can merge the default branch into our feature branch. One thing I personally used to struggle with in Git is merge conflicts, and we've hit one here. But with GitHub Desktop, you get a nice guided flow that walks you through each conflict, displays your progress as you work through resolving each of them, and gives you a nice bit of confidence with those green check marks when all the conflicts are resolved and you're all set to commit your merge. And when your work is done and you're ready to share, GitHub Desktop doesn't make you think about what you have to do next. As you can see here, when you've committed and you push your branch, you see this nice suggestion that it's time to create a PR. Since we're done with our work, let's switch gears and check out someone else's PR. We saw how difficult checking out a PR was earlier, and even inside GitHub Desktop, it's also just incredibly simple to see what PRs are open for your repo, what their check status is, and check any of them out just by clicking on them. So I checked out a coworker's PR, and there's something that I noticed that needs a little bit more thinking. I'll reach out to them. We can pair on getting it across the finish line. Now we're done and we're ready to commit. And since this is work we paired on, I'll include my coworker as a co-author on the commit. This is really difficult to remember how to do in Git, but GitHub Desktop makes it as simple as adding their handle in the co-author field, and that's it. We think sharing credit is a really important part of building an inclusive and fun team environment, and everyone is more productive when they feel like their contributions are valued. So go ahead and use that co-author field. We just saw how GitHub CLI helps you reduce context switching, and how GitHub Desktop helps you focus on what matters most to you. The final theme I want to show you is how GitHub meets you where you are. GitHub's mobile app was released on iOS and Android just this year, and if you haven't tried it, you have to download it right when my talk is done. It's amazing. Let's walk through a couple scenarios of how GitHub Mobile brings GitHub to where you are. First and most obviously, you can easily triage your GitHub notifications on the go. In pre-COVID times, I'd be on the bus or on the train, want to make sure that when I got to my desk, I'd already have a sense of what I should work on and not get bogged down in a bunch of notifications that aren't important. In the GitHub mobile app, I can save notifications to come back to and mark notifications as done when I no longer need them. One of the things I love about the mobile app is push notifications, but I don't want to be interrupted by push notifications for everything, just for things that truly deserve my attention. So GitHub's mobile app only sends you push notifications for app mentions. In this case, Amanda is mentioning me on a PR where our colleague Steve is blocked. Looks like something I should definitely check out. Tapping the notification puts me right into the right context of the PR, where I can read the description, scroll through it, see what's changed, and what needs to happen before we can get it merged. In this case, it looks like it's just my review blocking the PR. So let's take a look at what's changed right in the mobile app. I can scroll through the files, mark files viewed as I go, and even leave a review. It looks like this one is just a markdown file, so it's pretty simple. I love that GitHub's mobile app allows me to @mention others and even provides a beautiful autocomplete interface to do so. So I'll write a quick message to accompany my review, and now I'm ready to approve the PR. Now that the PR is approved, I see that it's ready to merge. Looks like everything is good to go. It's approved, all the checks are passing, and there are no conflicts. Let's go ahead and merge. And just like we saw earlier with GitHub CLI, you can merge using whatever method you're most comfortable with or whatever your project mandates. And that's it. To recap what we just saw, I got a push notification from my phone on my coworker @mentioning me. I went right to the PR by tapping the notification. I reviewed and approved it, and I merged it all entirely from my phone. GitHub's mobile app frees you from being tethered to your desk and puts GitHub at your fingertips. We paired each of these themes with a single app, but it's important to note that all of GitHub's client apps helps you do each of these themes, and I use all of them every single day. For example, we just looked at how GitHub for mobile meets you where you are. But for your development workflows, if you're the type of person who just lives in your terminal, GitHub CLI is a great tool for you. And similarly, if you're a more visual person who gains confidence from being able to visualize exactly what you're doing, GitHub Desktop is a great choice. Finally, here's how you can try them out. We only covered a small subset of what each of these apps enables for you. So we hope you'll see for yourself how you can become even more productive with GitHub CLI, GitHub Desktop, and GitHub Mobile. And as of the last month, each one of these apps is available for GitHub Enterprise users as well as github.com. To wrap up, none of this would be possible without the feedback, input, and contributions from the users of GitHub's apps. Since GitHub CLI is open source, we built GH credits to say thanks to everyone who has contributed. And I'd also like to personally say a thank you to all the engineers and designers here at GitHub that made these products what they are and who continue to pour their hearts into making them even better every day. And finally, to everyone who uses these products, thank you for giving us the opportunity to continue to build tools that enable you to do the best work of your life. Thanks so much for watching my talk. I'd be glad to take questions.
Wow, thank you so much, Billy. I mean, it really is an interconnected workflow when you combine the power of CLI, mobile, and desktop. I'll tell you what, I like to think I'm still cool and only use CLI because my background as a sysadmin and DevOps SRE, it's like, CLI or nothing, because GUIs are, that's for those front end developers. But I'll admit it, man.
CLI or die, baby. CLI or die.
I'll tell you though, like GitHub Desktop, when I have a conflict to merge conflict, yeah, I ain't going to use no CLI. I love you, Mislav, but I am definitely going in there into desktop because it makes it so incredibly easy, especially when you have a mono repo, or you may be a VP and don't do so good at pushing your changes as fast as you should, and you wait a long time, and then you have like a shit ton of merge conflicts. But what if? But enough of that. We got some questions from the people. Adrian Wood wants to know, is it possible to make use of Intuit mobile device management with the GitHub mobile app? And Billy, if you don't know this one, I will remind people we got GitHub experts on discussions in the mobile team that can also answer this. But Billy, maybe you know.
Can you repeat that question, Dana? Sorry, I didn't catch it.
Oh, no. Adrian Wood wants to know, is it possible to make use of Intune mobile device management, so the mobile device management kit with the GitHub mobile app?
Yeah, I manage the CLI and desktop team, so I don't know the answer to that question, but I know the mobile folks are hanging around in the discussion, and I hope they'll hop on and answer that one.
Totally.
So,
Martin, what else we got?
In my head right now? Yeah, right now in my head, I'm hearing, Ryan! Because the Ryan looks after the mobile, followed by you got to get information. Yeah, exactly. When I saw the CLI, I was like, you got to get information. So happy birthday as well. Yeah, so let's see now. We've got some other questions coming in. So this one's more of a general question, actually. Obviously, there's tons of features in the different applications. And the applications you put them in, it's kind of, it's interesting which ones you put in where. So how do you decide which features to build in which application, the CLI, desktop, or mobile?
Yeah, I love that. We do a lot of thinking about the domain that it's in. And so mobile is a really interesting example here. For things that you're sort of doing as part of your workflow that I walked through, it's really sort of the very surface level things. So triaging your notifications and sort of like building up to a place where you have everything in order. Or it's about sort of like very high signal things, like Amanda mentioning me that I needed to unblock a coworker or there's a huge security vulnerability and like I need to know right now and go like merge the thing and get it done. And so it's not about sort of like necessarily at this point your day-to-day workflow, but about sort of augmenting that at either end at the sort of very low signal or very high signal. And then similarly for CLI and desktop, it's about like how do we help you get your day-to-day workflows done more productively? And so we're not going to bog you down in like including all of your notifications for literally everything in that, because that's just going to distract you from the work that you're trying to get done.
Definitely. I mean, it's always a trap when you're making, an application that looks and feels like your main SaaS-based, desktop application that you're like, I need every feature on every client. No, you don't, people. You don't need every feature on every client. I love a good mobile experience, and I want it streamlined, and I want it to be a mobile experience. Maybe that's just me. And I'm going to tell you what, it's funny when I think about like the workflow. I'm definitely now one of those people that's sitting on the couch, slacking and hitting, GitHub notifications while I'm just chilling out. Cause, we have a global team. I don't want to keep people waiting for me to do something. And it's been really a nice compliment, because I don't got to run in here and come and hit the desktop or the laptop. But we got a ton of questions, and I know that I could talk to you all day, Billy, but I'm lucky I get to do that already. Billy will be available over discussions for the next 30 minutes to continue answering your questions about anything GitHub, productivity, +++, mobile, CLI, desktop, and we also have some other excerpts there. So be sure to post your questions. But with that being said, thank you so much, Billy, for being with us today. Really appreciate it.
Love y'all. See ya.
Martin, we did it. We have made it to almost the end. So I want to say a big shout out to all the people that have joined us live, that are joining us on demand, and all the community activity. We couldn't do this without you. There's been so much good discussions and feedback, but you know what? That is all from us. I'm sure you have heard enough of us. And one quick thing I want to say, a big shout out to our sponsors. That's right. If it wasn't for those wonderful sponsors, we would not be here doing this today with you. They're giving away demos and giveaways and prizes. Go check out how you can use some of their cool things to make your GitHub workflow even better. I've loved today, but you know what? I can jabber about that all. Martin, what else do we have for the folks?
Well, just remember all the sessions that you've seen across our track and the developer track, if you happen to hang out there occasionally, but also the play track. All of those sessions are going to be available on demand at githubuniverse.com forever, for as long as you want. So you can keep coming back to the site. You can share those links with your colleagues, let them know which was your favorite session, but let us know what your favorite session is as well. We want to make GitHub Universe better for you every single year. And just like with DevOps, we want to improve every single time. And we've got a satellite event coming up soon as well. So let us know how to make this better for you. Send us a tweet if you want to send us a message to @GitHub on Twitter. Yay, I finally got it right the first time in 3 days. Or let us know how you want to do by coming into discussions. But make sure you stick around for this highlight show as well, because we've got the final post-show wrap-up with Kyle. I've really been enjoying those the wrap-up shows.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's kind of like my bedtime routine, when I sort of switch off, get everything switched off in the office and watch the wrap-up show with the kids. Can't do that today, though, Dana, because you and I are going to be on the show. So that would be great. But I know, right? It should be good. But we're going to be merging the streams soon. Now, in the stream, we're going to merge in with the play channel, but please do stick around for half an hour, as I say, and then we're going to go into the highlight show, and it's going to be a good one. Carl's been trawling for bloopers and things like that, so definitely stick around. But closing us today, we've got Abhi Kapazji and Samarth Gulati, who are both based out of India. Now, they're going to be using a thing called Tidal Cycles and Hydra to live code the music and the visuals, and they're well known in the algo rave scene, which, Dana, you know what the algo rave scene is, of course, and my glow sticks know what the algo rave scene is. But for the listeners that don't know, it was a term coined by Alex McLean, and it's, algorithms and rave. It wasn't exactly that inventive. Algo rave makes sense. But it's where music is live coded from the algorithms. It's just insane that they're just doing this live on stage. I first saw this actually it was funny enough, it was at a GitHub event in Berlin with one of our good friends, Vicente. And he was there, and he took me to this thing, and we saw some live coding going on in a club, and my life hasn't been the same since. So let me tell you that. It was a great night out. But they're described as this upcoming set as sounding like a post-apocalyptic party. What could be better? I mean, it's the end of universe. And it's organized by robots after they've taken over humanity, which is good. It's accurate. I always, when movies talk about being apocalyptic and then they still have people in, that doesn't make sense. But having robots in, that makes sense. So I'm happy with this. Interestingly, our events are collaborated with Codam. They're a non-profit that celebrates, showcases work, the intersection of art and technology. To identify quite a few presenters and performers that we saw this week, we worked with Kodami, and tonight's closing performance is a favorite of Kodami. So I hope you enjoy it, and be sure to check out other stuff on Kodami has on tap. This performance, remember, this performance has a few moments of flashing light in the second half, so it might not be suitable for those with photosensitivity. So, tune in for a little bit, then maybe turn over, but do tune back in 30 minutes time for the highlight show. Now, before we wrap up, Dana, I just want to thank you for co-hosting the past 3 days with me and rolling with all the craziness. I really appreciate it. Thanks to the backstage crew. It takes a village to put this thing together, and they've all been working incredibly hard. Not only do we do our show with us for, however many hours it is, but then they go take a break and then they go do the APAC show straight after. So it's been a very, very long week for them. So thank them very much. And also, can't finish without saying thanks to all the hubbers building the products that we've been talking about, that work with you and that, actually build these things that we're getting to show off this week. And all the hubbers that have been in discussions, answering questions. And last but not least, thank you for you. If you're still watching, we really appreciate you sticking with us. And we're looking forward to seeing you next time. So we'll merge with the Play channel now for one last time. But thank you very much. Good night.
Well, it's good to see you back here at the end of day 3 of GitHub Universe. It's been a jam-packed 3 days, and today I'll highlight some of my favorite talks and performances from the week. Then we'll have some fun with some of the best and funniest moments of the last 3 days together. It's time to celebrate the end of GitHub Universe 2020 on today's GitHub Universe Highlight Show. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'll be your host, Kyle Daigle, and hopefully you already knew that. It's the end of day 3, and I get the distinct pleasure of sending you off until we see you at GitHub Satellite early next year. All right, let's dive into today, and then we can get to the after party. All right, in today's feature session, principal engineer from Google and, of course, from Kubernetes fame, Kelsey Hightower joined us to share a bit about his journey to becoming the person you know him now in the open source community.
Started for me around the age of 15. And there's a long trajectory between those humble beginnings to the person you speak in front of you today or commit to your open source or your favorite open source project.
Now, Kelsey's talk was about Kubernetes, GitOps, and the humans that glue it all together. And he started by sharing a great story about marathon runners and how we can learn from how they can work together in order for us to succeed.
If you want to understand GitOps, you got to understand the why. Why are you using it? What's important about it? What's the Peloton formation you're trying to build around you? And is it designed to help you go faster? Or are you just doing stuff because people said it on Twitter?
I love that quote. And in some ways, this technology isn't as new, which Kelsey explained. He talks about how behind every process improvement change that we make, or software products that we write, it's really the humans that make it all work.
It's the humans that should be front and center. Today, we're going to be talking about Kubernetes and GitOps. And the thing that kind of depresses me a little is that we tend to put all of these tools before the humans that use them. When you think about Git, it's one of the world's best collaboration tools for writing software. And GitHub is where we all meet and collaborate. But it's the people that make all of this work.
During his talk, Kelsey shared one of the key tips that you can follow to make GitOps work more easily between your Kubernetes setup and by using GitHub Actions. It's pretty simple. Keep your configuration repo separate and lean on GitHub Actions. Here, take a look.
Keep your config repo separate. So what does that look like in the GitHub world? Well, you probably know what this looks like. If I click over here to my GitHub tab, I just have another repository where I'm storing all of my configs. And here I can have my same Git flow. I can do pull requests, I can review them, and all of my configs are just sitting here underneath this directory called Kubernetes. I can have other deployment targets. Maybe you're using a serverless platform like Cloud Run. And in that case, you may have another directory of declarative configs that you put there. But the goal is these are just all data artifacts that can be consumed by some other system that can actually take your declarative thing and make it work.
I'm going to be honest, this was really a talk that you need to watch end to end. Kelsey did an amazing job of telling a story here, and you're really only getting a tiny taste in the clips that we picked for you. I highly recommend that you head on over to githubuniverse.com tomorrow and watch the entire thing. The hosts and I have been reading all of your tweets, discussion posts, and it's been so much fun interacting with you during GitHub Universe this year. I'm really going to miss our time together. Let's dive in. Lisa has a message for all of those YAML haters out there. Deal with it. Kelsey's apparent love for YAML came through loud and clear. Me, I'm still on the fence, but I'll deal with it, okay? Now, check out this beautiful illustration by Carlo. You can actually sponsor him on GitHub Sponsors right now. I'll tweet out his handle after this to make it a little bit easier. It covers all the highlights and announcements in a beautiful visual format from the day one keynote. Really excellent work, Carlo. And finally, we have this amazing image from the US stream today. It was too good not to share. Our US enterprise hosts, Martin and Dana, needed to kick it into business overdrive. And not only did both people wear suits, but Martin was sporting some very classy yellow hair to match Dana. Never change, you two. Thanks again to everyone for sending in your tweets and engaging with us in GitHub discussions. It was so much fun chatting with you. Now, let's move on to the rest of this jam-packed day 3 by talking about our talks. Let's kick off our review of today's sessions by looking at Project Scala. OpenJDK is an enormous open source project that recently made its migration over to GitHub. Along the way, the team learned some of the best ways to ensure that maintainers focus their code review only on the areas that they know best.
To enable this, we implemented automatic labeling of pull requests with the help of a GitHub application. This means that, for example, let's say you make a pull request and you change one of the make files used for building OpenJDK. Our program will then automatically look at the files in the pull request that you changed, realize you only changed the make files, and then automatically apply the build label.
If you're considering migrating your large project to GitHub, whether that's an open source project or otherwise, there were some great hard-earned tips in that talk. Be sure to check out the replay. Changing gears a bit, as part of the open source community, we tend to focus on the coding, the building of the software on each of the projects. During a panel on maintaining boundaries, balance, and funding in open source, Wes McKinney shared how important non-code contributions can be.
One of the things that I spend the most time doing as a contributor and a maintainer is gardening the issue tracker. So organizing the reports that come in, getting more information from the issue reporters, closing out duplicates, connecting issues together, setting their metadata. Because ultimately, a project that is well organized and where we have as much information as possible about the bug reports or the feature requests that come in is going to make it that much easier for people to jump in and make contributions.
You can find areas to jump into open source right now and chip in with issue assistance by checking out GitHub Explore, or during the holiday season, projects like 24 pull requests, where you can find additional opportunities to chip in. It's been a huge year here at GitHub, and even with all of this going on, Nicole Forsgren gave a talk on the state of the Octaverse, and it's really worth checking out. Here's a quick recap of the talk from Nicole herself.
Here's our TLDR. We talked about juggling work and play, how automation makes things better, working better together, and securing our systems.
There you go. You're all set. If you want to read the full reports, go check them out at octaverse.github.com and check out the whole talk tomorrow, githubuniverse.com. Yesterday, we got a sneak peek from Neha about today's talk on how to customize GitHub discussions for your developer community. Here she is talking about how some of her favorite organizations are using GitHub discussions.
So here's an example here where Snowpack has used a pin discussion as their change log. And so it's kind of pinned at the top. You can see that Fred's got some spot on GIFs here. And what I love is that each comment is a new version and it details, and it allows people to easily reply with thoughts or words of thank or encouragement.
Check out the rest of Neha's favorite GitHub discussion boards in the recording of her talk, githubuniverse.com. And finally, has your mono repo evolved past the point that you can handle it? Derek from the GitHub team has a few ideas for you if this sounds familiar.
It's as your repository evolves that it grows and continues growing at a faster and faster rate as your team grows.
Go catch them all, mono repo tips that is, by watching all of Derek's talk. And that's a wrap on the over 80 sessions from GitHub Universe 2020. And a huge shout out to the University channel and the Play channel, who had amazing content as well that maybe you've missed out on, but are definitely worth a look. A huge thank you to all the speakers, performers, and visual artists from those channels. You really made GitHub Universe a little bit more special. If I intrigued you with any of the highlights, you can go and rewatch all the sessions tomorrow. GitHubUniverse.com, go and take a look. All right, we are in the final countdown of GitHub Universe this year, and now I'm in control, so I want to have a little bit of fun. We've spent so much time with each other. I really think we've gotten to know each other, and I mean, the sign of a good friendship is being able to poke fun at each other, right? Well, the team was excited to share announcements in the keynotes. Well, it didn't always come out in a single take. I decided to beg a few people in the production team and got these bloopers of the day one keynote for you. Check this out.
With GitHub sponsors, you can fund the open source projects. I'm sorry. Too funny. It splashed on me.
Oh no, I got the wrong word. Manually merging a pull request is nice and all, but how about we let the robots do the work here? What? Okay.
Yes. The key to a crispy pizza is the GitHub Definitely a blowtorch available today for $9.99 with your GitHub Pro subscription.
This new page is looking great.
Professional open source developers. Take it for real. Yeah.
Ring, ring, ring. And your line is.
I need to answer it, yeah. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. Manually merging a pull request is nice and all, but how about we let the robots do the work here?
And we even have CodeQL automatically selling security vulnerabilities.
Nat, are you okay? Nat.
That's great.
I've already pre-ordered my GitHub brand blowtorch. I'm excited to make some creme brulee after we get done with this. Anyway, thank you for being such good sports, Nat, Neha, Ryan, Diana, and Brian, and letting us have a laugh, hopefully, with you. Well, it's been a very busy 3 days with all of the talks, hundreds of questions being answered in our GitHub discussions board, and you were shepherded through the entire experience by a few stalwart guides. These folks have been with you as the hosts of the developer and enterprise channels, and I thought it'd be only fair if we brought them here to celebrate the final moments of GitHub Universe 2020. Let's bring back Kath and Brian from the developer channel and the incomparable Dana and Martin from the enterprise track. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Hey.
I know it's a Brady Bunch moment over here. Thanks so much, everyone, for sticking around a little bit longer and having some fun with me while we put the finishing touches on GitHub Universe 2020. So listen, I sat down, I calculated it out, and you have all been on camera for over 15 hours in total, and you've listened to so many talks and questions. Kath, I want to start with you first. What was your favorite moment from this GitHub Universe?
Yeah, my favorite moment, I loved today, but I loved every single day. My favorite moment, there's not just one, it's interacting with the community on Twitter, on discussions, and hearing all of these talks and everything. But, there's something that takes the cake, and I think it actually was B. Dougie's joke about letting the dogs out because my dogs were actually barking during my talk today. And that definitely, I think that deserves that's an Oscar moment for sure.
B. Dougie, on to you. Your setup looks amazing, and I think a lot of people took notice. While going through all the tweets directed at you between the pizza, Beyonce, Jordan, and your setup photos, everyone was really loving it. Aside from the excellent talk you did you have any favorite moments from this year's GitHub Universe?
Yeah, honestly, this was quite unique because normally I go to Universe and it's all based in San Francisco and I get to go talk. But here was all online, and I really appreciated the keynotes, not only because I was in the first one, but also like Erica's keynote and as well as Kelsey's keynote. It was just really packed with a lot of information, and I think GitHub sort of just knocked it out of the park with the type of content that I don't know if everybody was expecting, all the hard-hitting facts and numbers and relationships to be built. But yeah, I mean, I just come away with awesome job selecting keynotes and getting these speakers.
Awesome. And then, of course, Martin and Dana, this isn't your first time being hosts for a virtual conference. Dana, I'm curious, what was different for you about this time hosting?
I don't know, Martin's amazing hair. He just looks so fabulous. I heard that Illuminati is the Pantone color of the year. So me and Martin are trendsetters in case you didn't know. But no, it was great. I mean, we got some fierce women talking. I love Elisa and Rocio talking from Intuit about how they championed innersourcing. It's such an amazing company. They started as a grassroots effort. It was just so inspiring. Anybody can do this. And they were proof to that right there.
And Martin, you're no stranger to these events either, giving talks. I see all the Raspberry Pis behind you, I think. Tell me, from your perspective, going through all of the content over the 3 days, what does GitHub Universe mean for all the developers sitting at home?
Gosh, it's late. It's been, what is it? 9:29 for me or something like that. We've been on air for 15 hours straight. You hit me with a deep question like that. I don't know. I hope what developers, like the open source maintainers you just showed, like Gina Heusger and Wes McKinney and but also developers in companies large and small. I hope what you can take away from this week is the team here at GitHub, the people too, and they've really got people's backs. They really try to look after the developers. And of us all, I think I am the newest GitHubber here. And what I found at GitHub is that GitHub's a company that's really run by developers, for makers, for creators, for the love of building cool things. And we just want to make tools that get out of your way, help you solve problems. And we want to work with the whole community to give you the building blocks to assemble your better ways of working, I guess. Anyway, hopefully some of that came across. If not, hopefully you've learned something new and cool, and you've got a bunch of ideas about how you can make some cooler stuff next year, or some new hairstyle tips.
Awesome. I couldn't agree more, Martin. And I also want to say to all four of you, thank you so much to all of you. You let me crash your channels. I gave you a little bit of sass. I had so much fun over the past few days recounting your work and your hijinks, the presents that were given, the wigs, the glow sticks, and of course, the pizza. Hosting is not an easy task at all, and you all just absolutely knocked it out of the park. So, all right. I think it's time. How about we toast the end of this GitHub universe? Does everyone have a glass? Raise your water, juice, kombucha, energy drink. I have champagne, whatever you want in whatever glass you want. You can play along at home. Grab a glass of something, take a drink with us, tweet us your toast. Let's toast to this GitHub universe, to our amazing community of developers from all around the world. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Thank you so much for joining us over the past 3 days, over 80 talks. And listen, I only get to do this once, so we're going to go out with a bang. 3, 2, 1, cheers!
Cheers, everybody.
Woo. Thanks, Kath, Brian, Dana, Martin. Please enjoy your well-deserved time off. I'll see you later. Have a great weekend, guys. And to you, our community, for all of the work that you put in maintaining open source projects, all those last-minute bug fixes, for answering pages for your apps on Saturday evenings. Here's to all your hard work. We build GitHub for all of you, and I can't wait to see what you do with what we built this year. I'd like to take a quick moment to thank the thousands of Hubbers from around the world who ship these features for our community. Thank you so much, Hubbers, for all of your hard work and dedication. And finally, a big thank you to the production team and the team that helped me put together this show every day. Hey, y'all, we made it. I wish you all the best of the rest of the year. And here's to a really great 2021. I'll see you next time.